All set to deliver another fulfilling, enriching, and inspiring confluence with participants from IT, biotech, deep tech, and other future unraveling technologies. Social entrepreneurs combine commerce and social issues in a way that improves the lives of people connected to the cause. Ladies and gentlemen, our second session for today is on social entrepreneurs delivering the green economy now. Let me have the pleasure in inviting our keynote speaker, Mr. Saurabh Kumar, who is an independent consultant, former EVC and MD EESL. Mr. Saurabh Kumar was the Executive Vice President, Chairperson and Managing Director of Energy Efficiency Services Limited, EESL. Prior to joining EESL, he worked in Ministries of Finances and Power, Bureau of Energy, Energy Efficiency and UN Environment Program. He is an IRS officer of 1992 batch. As part of the BEE between 2007 to 10, he designed various energy efficiency policies and programs like building energy efficiency, standards and labeling, perform, achieve, and trade for industrial energy efficiency, carbon finance-based CFL program, and the National Mission for Enhanced Energy Efficiency. Ladies and gentlemen, Let me welcome Mr. Saurabh Kumar on stage. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all delegates, my distinguished panelists. Let me at the outset thank the government of Karnataka for giving me this opportunity. Also, Starleen Sharma for particularly asking me to come in this panel. So I'll not take much of a time, but the topic that I would like to throw up is the fact: what are the businesses as we move ahead in the times that we live in? What kind of businesses would survive? What is it that a startup or a business that is going to come up should do and to make itself future ready? So to do that, let's look at it from the perspective of in the times that we live in. What are the challenges before the world at large? And of course, the biggest one, apart from the war that we are seeing in Ukraine, is climate change. Climate change is there for real. And it is something which I think perhaps, and as many of you would know, the Conference of Parties is currently underway in Egypt. And the seriousness that this topic deserves is now back on the international agenda. Now, while the world leaders will grapple upon what is it that they need to do, what kind of policies that need to come in, the fact remains that there are three critical elements that will have to be done no matter which part of the world you belong to. The first one is energy transitions, which means we have all this while used fossil fuels to power ourselves. And in fact, just in the first half, I met someone, and he actually looked at. He was referring to a book, and I'm forgetting the name of the book, where he said this is not the first energy transition that this globe is witnessing. There have been two others in the past, and typically an energy transition takes historically about 100 years to really turn from one end to the other. Now we are trying for the first time in human history an energy transitions in possibly 20 to 25 years. Do we have the luxury of using coal for, let's say, another 100 years? Perhaps not. We already see what kind of problems and it is now being witnessed by all of us. Bengaluru went through such bad times about a couple of months ago. The kind of rains that this city saw completely kept the life haywire. These frequent incidents will continue. So energy transitions is something that will happen very quickly. Number two, digitization across value chain, whether you are a social entrepreneur, whether you are in the infrastructure sector or energy sector, data-driven businesses are something that are going to be the next. They already are. And the third in this paradigm is the way we transport ourselves. I mean, traditionally, all of us have been brought up, at least my generation, that once you start earning, you should have a transport, whether it is a two-wheeler or a four-wheeler. And of course, this also leads to more and more energy use. So the shift from use of any service, owning a service, to converting this into like a service. I mean, instead of having a car with me, I can use Uber, for example. So these are the three main transitions that I see. And let me pick up one by one, starting with digitization, because it has relevance across the three sectors. If you look at any sector, and let me pick the power sector, and why I'm picking power sector is because it has a big linkage into what the energy transitions and how they will play out. I'm sure most of you who have any time read about the sector, you know that there is a big problem. And the big problem is that people don't pay electricity bills. And that's why most of the distribution companies, and therefore all the upstream companies have a problem. Can we solve this problem? Yes, we can. How? By digitization. If we are able to connect all consumers, and there are about 270 million consumers in the country, through what is called a smart meter, something that Vishal and other people are, and I'm sure many others in this room are looking at. And if you are able to collect data seamlessly, instead of a meter reader coming to your house and asking you to open the door, and he goes and takes a meter reading, suddenly things can change dramatically. You alter the course of how the systems have worked over hundreds of years. The moment you have data, you can do so many things, and I don't need to tell very sharp these bright young people in this startup city of not just India, but perhaps the world, what all you can do with data. For instance, I'll give you one example. One of the problems that energy transitions face is the fact that renewable energy, particularly solar, comes up when between 12 noon and 5 p.m. in the afternoon. Now, most of the times in the country, there is not enough demand really to absorb that energy. What can you do? If you have data, you can provide price signals. For example, if I'm the Bestcom here, I can tell the Bengaluru residents that, look, if you use your non-essential loads during 12 p.m. and 5 p.m., 12 p.m. and 5 p.m., I will give you a discount of 2 rupees. If that were to happen, most of us will start using our washing machines or other things that we normally do in the morning. So this is very similar to how you make sure that you utilize your resources perfectly. This is something which is also called time of the day metering. And therefore, digitization of infrastructure is the starting point of many, many good things that can come, including the fact that you could make the utilities much better, financially sound. They can provide you service, which today I don't think any utility in the country does that. Similarly, look at the other part of the energy transitions, which is to do with, let's say, social change. And that social change, again, is something that we are seeing. We are seeing a lot of social entrepreneurs coming up. This whole new law, I mean, every challenge is also an opportunity. And if you see what COVID pandemic brought us, is that, of course, all of us suffered in the last 2-3 years. But one industry that, among the very few which prospered, is the logistics. Now, logistics has become such a massive industry. It is now employing so many people across, not just India, across the world. And today, you can order anything online, it gets delivered. There's a battery of people who are using two-wheelers, three-wheelers. Now, if we are able to nudge them and shift them to electric three-wheelers or electric two-wheelers, two things will happen. A, we are reducing the carbon emissions, which is normally done in a petrol or a diesel vehicle. But most importantly, I don't know if you're aware of this. If I'm using a two-wheeler which is run on petrol, and it runs, let's say, 80 kilometers for a liter, and a petrol cost about 100 rupees, I spent about 1 rupee 20 paisa per kilometer. But if I have an electric two-wheeler and I charge it even at a tariff of 10 rupees, my cost is only 20 paisa. So what is going to benefit that new person who has just joined this economic thing is to make more money, become much more financially sound. And therefore, again, digitization, and there are many companies which are doing it. I mean, Ola and Uber are pioneers, but there are many, many others who can help in not just providing access to these vehicles, but also financial inclusion. Also, digitization in these elements also helps in the fact that the financial institutions understand, because they can quote unquote see the vehicles which are running and where they are and what is the health of their vehicles. So I think in conclusion, what I'll say, any business that would survive in this very uncertain times that we live in has to have extremely robust IT platform backbone. It should solve a problem. And if that be so, I think platforms will not just prosper, the businesses will not just prosper, but also will take a giant leap for the country, for the world as such, towards energy transition that all of us need to work together. Once again, let me thank you very much. It has been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your wonderful thoughts. So now I would like to call upon stage the rest of our distinguished panelists for this session. Ms. Stalin Sharma, who's a founding partner of Green Artha, Mr. Vishal Pandya, who's a co-founder of Reconnect Energy, Mr. Ganesh Shankar, who's the founder and CEO of FluxGen Technologies, and Mr. Suhas Dixit, who is the founder and CEO of AppChemy Private Limited. I would now request Ms. Stalin to take over the session. She is going to be moderating this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all of our guests today. Thank you very much to Saurabh for the insightful comments. I think we're very lucky to have Saurabh shared his knowledge with us. He really has been instrumental in shifting how India has approached the transition to a green economy, both in terms of LED, EV, and energy efficiency across the board in his time at EESL. So thank you, sir, and thank you to the rest of our guests and panelists today. As we think about India and we think about what is happening with climate change, India is perhaps the country that will have the greatest impact on whether the planet is able to remain livable and whether we're able to keep the planet within the 1.5 or 2 degrees that have been set out in the Paris Agreement. If India does not perform, given our economic trajectory and population, we will take up anywhere between 70 to 100% of the carbon budget globally. But from an innovation perspective, India has already shown repeatedly an ability to jump technologies and really scale up. We've seen it with the use of cell phones. We've seen it with the use of fintech. And I think that we're at the verge of seeing it with climate technologies. And if India really is able to monopolize on this, we will be positioned to be a global leader, not just for climate technologies, but a global economic leader for the planet. Today, I'm really excited to welcome our guests. I think each of them has developed a business that is really future ready for India and able to drive our energy and climate and water transition. So with that, I'm going to have each of our guests introduce their own business so that we don't lose anything in translation. Vishal, if you would please share a little bit about Reconnect.
Hello, is it audible? So those who are in Bangalore would have witnessed just about a few days ago, very cold morning, very light showers, and it went on for about a couple of days. And a lot of you would have felt that living in a very nice hill station, right? Extreme cold. The Bangalore was no longer Bangalore. Now, this is very small glimpse of climate change. What we do at Reconnect Energy is we are a software company. We focus a lot on data. Data coming from multiple streams, satellite data from weather satellites, low Earth orbit satellites, a lot of SCADA data coming from enormous number of generation assets, distribution assets, and try to find a use case for the end client who operates either renewable assets or distribution company for that matter. Understand all these parameters and try to extract maximum benefit, whether it's operational or financial, from these assets. We understand weather at a deepest level. We track satellite images. which helps you understand how clouds are moving, which has impact on your solar production. The day on which you would have felt very, very cold, it would have impacted your solar production in the state. It would have impacted your demand behavior, how your Bescom, for example, would procure electricity, whether demand is going to go up or down. If you can understand this parameter well in advance, you can make better power procurement planning. You can make better grid management ecosystem. And that's the core domain in which we work. We offer a lot of AI, IoT, grid automation tools to renewable asset owners, transmission companies, distribution companies. In terms of the scale where we come from, just as an example, you put any wind or solar asset in the country, be it Maharashtra or Karnataka or Gujarat or Tamil Nadu, even before they start producing power, they will first interface with our software deployed at various transmission system operators in the country, predicting the behaviors of these assets in terms of production. Similar tools are being deployed in terms of demand-supply balancing across various utilities. We are about 12-year-old organization, about 150 people, team members, over 2,000 clients, and largely operating out of India, and recently started expanding into European and African markets. So that's about Reconnect Energy.
Thank you, Vishal. And if I were to summarize what the work that Reconnect is doing, they essentially manage about the input of about 85% of all renewable energy in India, and make it so that the grid in India remains stable as renewable energy is input. And for our friends that are not from India, they have the highest efficiency or accuracy ratings globally. Since you won't pat yourself on the back. Our next panelist is Suhas Dixit. He is the founder of AP Chemi, and this is another one of my favorite companies, and I will turn it over to Suhas, and if needed, I'll give a summary on yours as well.
Thank you, Starlin. So we, as a company, AP Chemi, our technologies convert mixed plastic waste, which would otherwise end up in landfills, into liquid gold, per se. So our technologies can convert hard-to-recycle post-consumer multi-layer packaging waste into a feedstock for production of, say, jet fuel, as well as circular economy plastics, including food, pharma-grade plastics, packaging as well. 90% of plastics today are not recycled. This causes huge amount of air, water, and land pollution. When you burn plastic in incineration plant, it causes air pollution. When you send it to landfills, landfills also catch fire. So there's a lot of land, water pollution. Also, plastics are leaked to river and ocean. So our technology currently recycles around 100 tons per day of non-recyclable plastic waste, and we intend to scale it up to 500 kilotons per day by 2030, with support from companies like Shell Petrochemicals. Technip has given a press release recently to market our technologies. Basically, we want to, we are in process of collaborating across the value chain of plastic circularity, as well as carbon transition towards plastics, as well as biofuels. So thanks.
Thank you, Suhas. So again, in summary, Suhas is able to take trash and turn it into the equivalent of oil, so that you can have jet fuel, virgin plastics, and all of the other benefits that we get from oil. And it's fully green. So our final panelist today is Ganesh Shankar from FluxGen. And FluxGen is a water savings company. Over to you, Ganesh.
So firstly, thanks to state of Karnataka. I am a son of the state. Whatever education I've done is in the states. So I'm very glad to be here for the opportunity. Talking about water risk, my father says there are more than 900 lakes before I was born, and there are hardly a bunch of 25, 30 lakes when I was born. And the earliest time I saw water was there was a well at my home. And by the time I went to my school, we also got tap connection, and then we had to get a tank at home because the well dried out. And then by the time I went to my high school, we we also got one more sump at home, and then a tank by the time I went to my master's at the Institute of Science. Today, my father gets water even from tankers, and we also get water on this one. So there's in future, you might even consume water in capsules. If somebody like my father is running out of risk in terms of water, imagine the risk industries have when it is about accessing water. If there's a competition for water between my father and industry, my father will be getting water. So industries are in deep risk with respect to water. One is there's a huge increase in cost of water for industries. There's an indirect cost in terms of pumping, purifications, recycling, and treatment of cost of water. And of course, there's a business continuity risk. Industries can shut down if there's no water. They have to prioritize my father for water. Obviously, industries shut down. There's a compliance risk. India's GDP is getting affected by 6% because of water crisis, right? So that means that we have to prioritize water above many other things. So what we do is, just like how water as a liquid is transparent and clear, what if you make the data of water transparent and clear? Can you solve the problem of water? We believe yes. We want to we bring transparency of water in industries. We make sure that we monitor the entire end-to-end water of an industry and bring intelligence into it, and reduce water consumption by up to 30%. Of course, the hospital like St. John's in Bangalore using our solution, and we are managing more than 1 billion liters of water today, including companies like Tata Steel Mining, Vedanta, Hindustan Zinc, and various other companies. And we intend to save 1 billion liters of water per day. If not, I can't bring lakes into in Bangalore again. I can save the amount of water that is equivalent to a lake, multiple lakes rather. Thank you.
Thank you, Ganesh. So again, massive water savings from our corporate sector, and also making that water much more sustainable as we move into a future with much higher water scarcity. So our panelists today represent energy, water, and waste, which are three of the big areas that India really needs to look at from a climate and environment perspective. Each of them has also reached very significant points of growth within their business. So our next question, and we'll start with Suhas on this one, is can you share where you're at in your inflection for growth, and what was a major learning that enabled that?
So we've been leaders in pyrolysis technology. We've supplied 47 pyrolysis plants to multinational companies. In 2018, we developed technologies and ability to convert pyrolysis oil into a purified pyrolysis oil that can be used as a feedstock for production of food, pharma grade plastics, as well as jet fuel. So that would be a major inflection point as such. And we intend to further scale up by collaborating, setting up our own plants. We are in a process of transitioning our business model from supplying these plants to owning and operating these plants, as well as licensing the technology to really scale up the plastic circularity as well as energy recovery from plastics by around 500 kilotons per annum by 2030.
Thank you, Suhas. So essentially, one of the big learnings is how do you look at your business model and the economics behind it to find something that's going to be really valuable and help you scale. It's one of the areas that we see a lot of challenge for startups, particularly because of some of the capital scarcity. If you are a startup and you're looking at how to scale your business, do look at the business model and where are the opportunities for capital. With that, I'm going to go over to Ganesh. And I think you have another very valuable learning that you would add to this. So if you could share where you're at in your growth cycle and what was a major learning that helped get you where you are today.
So initially, obviously, we want to solve the problem of water. It's a very huge task, and you would not know where to start with. We were also confused where to start. We, of course, started with a metals company, which was consuming not much. It is Titan Jewelry Division. We learned most of it from them, but we realized that is not a segment which are the large guzzlers of water or the largest risk company which would have the highest risk. So during our conversation with various companies, we started understanding what are their water risk. Through this process, we ended up understanding that food processing and beverage industry are one of the very vulnerable. Like, for example, for every lakh liter of milk produced, they are not supposed to consume more than a lakh liter of water. We realized that these people already have a benchmark for which they want to consume water. That's how we started acquiring customers in dairy, food processing, beverage, chocolates, and ice creams, and many others. Then as we evolved at our solution, we built our credentials in terms of case studies. We realized the metals and mining companies are even more vulnerable. Considering the fact that, steel companies today talk about having green steel, we realized that their intent to save water and manage water better was even more important. That's how we graduated from solving a facility which was consuming about a lakh or a million liter of water to almost 20 to 50 million liter of water. So we have been graduating as we understand how risks are evolving with this warmer planet because the hydrology change. So we have now realized that it's just not the risk within the fence. The water risk are outside the fence. If there's a depletion of water happening outside the fence, that also directly affect the industry. So that's how we've been evolving in coming up with a water intelligence platform where we are now collaborating with various other data providers of water and integrating it to our platform to make sure there's a one-shot dashboard for our industry professional to take corrective action, ensure they are never disturbed or never have to shut down, or ensure they can be consuming the least amount of water to produce the same goods.
Thank you, Ganesh. So what we really hear there is that there's a very significant need to understand and segment your customers and understand what value proposition is really going to make a difference for them. If you're able to find the customers that have the greatest impact, it's going to be the easiest entry point into taking your business to scale and will offer very meaningful opportunities for growth. And part of that, especially if you're looking at climate and environment, is understanding the climate environment risks that can impact a business or a home. Vishal, same question.
I'll start the answer with one interesting fact. India, in terms of the renewable energy composition, stands way higher above Japan, USA, Germany, many other developed countries. The reason why we are here is due to a fact that we are not only one of the largest producer of renewable energy globally, but we are also among the cheapest. And why we kind of became one of the least cost approach country in terms of production of renewable. About few years ahead, India decided to move away from feed-in tariff. It's a technical jargon, but the simple differentiator here is earlier, 5 years ago, if you put a wind plant in a state, there is a regulated tariff which the distribution company will pay based on how many number of units you produce. It allowed a lot of inefficiencies, multiple asset owners, cost of financing were very high, the operational efficiencies were very low. The central governments decided that we need larger capacity projects to come in, we need cheaper finance, and we need multi-gigawatt scale solar parks and wind parks to come up in the country. What led, because of that policy change, was that if you look at a decade ago, the number of asset owners owning wind or solar plant running in tens of thousands of number. Today, it's in 20s, right? The reason why it moved in that tangent was that hyper competition, extreme level of efficiency that you need to build in your financing, in your engineering, in your day-to-day O&M. And why this point was important for us. If there are so many players having space, it allows you to be relaxed. It allows you to be kind of content. You make a lot more margin on every software or product you sell. With this hyper competition, it also percolated down to ecosystem players like us. And today, every sphere where we operate, we have seen that you start with 10 or 20 players competing for same piece of market. It vanishes within a year or two, where you reduce the market to pretty much, oligopolistic market where 3-4 players are surviving. And a few years down the line, it'll very soon turn to duopolistic market. The realization that we had was, if private players are going to lead this race of renewables or electric vehicles or distribution side automation, the efficiency at which you operate, the kind of innovation you create, becomes a lot more important. And if you are ahead of curve in your technology, in your efficiencies within your organization, that's a massive play you are looking at. There won't be much of a competition, but you have to pass through that phase of survival as well as growth. And I think that's the biggest learning for us as an organization.
So just to highlight that, operational efficiency as you're building any sort of climate or environment startup is really critical. One thing I can share about the 3 companies up here is, even though that they're working with multinationals, with oil and gas companies, with mining companies, managing grid integration for the entirety of India for renewables, the most that any of these companies has raised in the market is 2 crore, about 350,000 USD. Which means these businesses have all grown with positive unit economics. They've all grown with a focus on how do you meet a customer need, and they've all grown with a really clear idea of creating business models that are going to withstand. With that, we'll start with Ganesh on this one. Can you share what your vision in the near term for your business is and where you see it going, say, in the next 2 to 3 years?
So we believe we want to make industries water positive. Just getting the data and showing them the numbers would not just help in becoming that. So we intend to become a platform that would make sure that is a one-stop platform to help industries, especially the large guzzlers of water, become water positive. So in a data-driven approach, we definitely believe that there's a climate change aspect very deeply in water. It's said that if climate change is shark, water is its teeth. So there's a climate change implication on water that we want to bring into our platform and make sure that the risk associated to water coming through climate change is also mitigated through our platform, or even adaptation strategy can also be evolved at. And of course, rapid urbanization is another major factor because of which water aquifers are actually drying out. So obviously, you want to bring in the overall risk mitigation strategy through our platform and our reports, and want to bring more players in water come together through our platform, so that we build even micro entrepreneurs in water come through our platform to solve this problem. We need plumbing ecosystem, we need water treatment ecosystem, freshwater treatment ecosystem. So all these people come through. That's our vision for next coming years, to ensure that we solve the problem of water for the large guzzlers of water.
Thank you, Vishal.
So we are talking about the climate change, sustainability, this garden city of Bangalore, and at a country level as well as global level, we are known for software, right? We are a software company. Unfortunately, the kind of growth that we have made in terms of export market, it's still largely oriented around services. Where we see ourselves growing over next 3 to 5 years is that how do we make omnipresent digital energy platform which can cut across the entire value chain, renewables, transmission companies, distribution companies. Technology can be sliced and diced and can be delivered to create multiple value propositions for this entire value chain, and also become kind of a global brand in the digital energy platform is what we are looking at. And I think we are at the right place, at the right country, and with the right talent pool, being in Bangalore.
Our vision is to transform the way plastic waste is managed in India as well as globally. Our team is working and has solved very hard problems in this space. We are on our way to build the first project to build chemical recycling in India, to start chemical recycling of plastic waste in India with support from ACT Capital. Bunch of 12 patents that we have developed, all these technologies that can help petrochemical industry source carbon from plastic waste. The same technologies also can be applied for sourcing the carbon from biomass waste. Our proof of concept quantities have been approved by companies like Shell, BASF, and more. So our vision is to enable this carbon transition from crude oil to plastic as well as biomass by 300 kilotons per annum, and thereby reducing the requirement of crude oil by 300 kilotons per annum by 2030.
Thank you. So Vishal, you've built a business that is essentially transforming the grid in India. And you've done this with very little capital. You're very familiar with what is happening in the sector at large. If you were to give advice to other potential entrepreneurs who are looking at maybe entering the space or who are perhaps already in the energy sector, renewables in India, what would that advice be?
So a very interesting question. Let me, start with basic, lay down on what kind of investment India is going to make in this whole energy transition, digital transition, keeping electricity grids in mind. We have a very ambitious target of 450 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030. We are also looking at modernizing the entire mobility sector, be it road transport or personal vehicle space. There again, billions and billions of dollars of investment is planned. There is a subsidiary of EESL, Convergence Energy Ventures, CESL. They are coming up with 50,000 electric buses contract very soon. India is a place where you scale up from nowhere to something really substantial scale. Similarly, on the distribution front, $40 billion are committed by Government of India to modernize the metering space. Now, if one has to look at what all technologies can play a role, it's a huge landscape. Be it digital tech, AI, IoT, remote sensing, a lot of high-tech applications around batteries or grid management or storage. I mean, sky is the limit. India is going to be the next frontier in terms of the global growth, kind of investment that we are looking at to be deployed across the value chain, generation, transmission, distribution. So if one has to start, I think my simple advice is would be that look at the policy changes. Policies can be your headwind or it could be tailwind. The climate change is real, and at pace where innovation keeps coming and hitting this market in energy space, it's also very fast, same as climate change, and it's perhaps faster than that. So you need to be nimble and frugal, understanding the policy landscape, where your technology will fit. And by the time you scale, will it remain relevant or will be obsolete? So that's the only piece that one needs to work on.
Thank you, Vishal. So Has, your question is going to be a little bit different. You're really transforming the way that we can look at and manage waste. And obviously waste is a problem that is not just a problem for India, but plastic waste is everywhere. What do you see as value adds from operating first in the Indian market, and how do you see that as being a gateway to the rest of the world?
Just to rephrase, value add from implementing our technology in India and how it will add value globally. Is that the question?
Yes. Does operating in India give you advantages when you go to the rest of the world, and what are those?
Yeah, so there's a huge advantage. For example, probably Indian municipal solid waste, segregated plastic waste is the worst quality of plastic waste that we've seen. I've seen personally globally. When I've visited the material recovery facilities in Europe, there's hardly any moisture or dirt in that plastic waste. Indian plastic waste usually has 20% dirt, 20% moisture in it. So also like PVC, PET being part of packaging is not the case in a lot of developed countries, but in Indian packaging, a lot of polyvinyl chloride and PET is used. So you can say that we've developed and proven technologies in the worst case scenario of plastic waste, and then implementing the same technologies for a much better quality of plastic waste globally is quite easy. So that way it can help it. Yeah.
What about from an economics perspective?
From an economics perspective as well, India is a very hard space to be in plastic recycling, especially because plastic recycling laws are not really clear in India. Extended producer responsibility is not really implemented. Compared to that, in Europe, you have 800 euro per ton of plastic tax. Extended producer responsibility legislations for FMCG brand owners are very clearly defined in Europe. In India, again, the constraint is that the municipal solid waste segregation facilities or material recovery facilities get a tipping fees of around, say, $40 per ton for managing of the waste. The same figure in Europe, it's somewhere around 100 to $200 or euro per ton. So amount of capital available, amount of funds available for more efficient management of plastic waste, it kind of gives us much larger opportunity abroad. But yes, in India offers an advantage in a way that we were able to really develop the engineering and research technologies very cost effectively in India, do pilots very fast. And now we look forward to implementing this globally, where economics works much better because of policies and the way system works in developed countries.
Thank you. Ganesh, when we think about India, 54% of the water is, of the country is extremely water stressed. We have cities that one year are being said to be like the most likely to go dry, and the next year they're flooded. How does water management fit into this, and what are the opportunities from an economic perspective when you look at municipalities and the opportunities to expand beyond the heavy industrial sectors?
So, having worked in energy, I know water is a finite shared resource, right? Fresh water, desalination requires 22 times more energy to produce the same quality of fresh water. So, unfortunately, we are not managing water. There is enough water in our country. We have enough rainfall, and when we see this rainfall today in Bangalore, you'd be thinking that there'll be enough water for us. But unfortunately, it's not going into our aquifers. It is going to our storm water, or it's not really. Again, it is having a contrary effect. It leads to higher stress on our STPs and treatment plants. So it is a clear case of mismanagement. If we actually are able to have right kind of water harvesting, we have the right kind of catchments, right way of diverting water and moving water, and ensuring small enough to do and big enough to matter things like rainwater harvesting and water treatment at micro levels, at all levels, we would not be facing this problem. So my belief is if we actually take the right action in terms of ensuring the right treatment, right harvesting, and right policies are in place, we would not be facing the problem in next 15, 20 years. We would actually be water abundant country. So my belief is that it has to start from all levels, starting from how we consume at individual level to the consumption at a large level. So everything adds up to it. The power of compounding in water works very well if we actually realize the value in it. So my belief is yes. Also talking in terms of my own business, I would say that bringing transparency in where we are facing the biggest problem can actually lead to a right opportunity to solve this problem. So my belief, there's a lot of water entrepreneurs who can actually play a very important role. Just about a few months back, government initiated this Amrit 2.0 mission, where they invited 75 water entrepreneurs in our country to solve the problem of our problem in our country. So I think we are in the right place. The water entrepreneurs are in the right place to solve the problem of our country. Solving in our country, we will be able to solve it at the scale globally as well.
So with that, now that you're looking at collaborations, you have a digital technology. Do you have plans to scale globally?
Of course. I mean, I built a the last company I built was a solar intelligence company. We scaled across India and went across 3 other continents, and we sold it to a San Francisco-based company called DroneBase, our solar intelligence company. So having tasted success globally, obviously I would be looking at scaling Fluxgen across the globe. And the thing is, access to water is a fundamental right. I think I don't want to divide it only to solve it for certain geography.
Okay, so I'm gonna have one final question for Vishal, and then if there's any questions from the audience, we'll open up. We've heard from Suhas, we've heard from Ganesh about plans around scale. Do you have plans to scale globally, and how are you looking at the global markets if you are?
Yes. So we already have a presence in London, where one of the co-founders has already moved there and started exploring EU and UK markets. We have ongoing pilots in Africa, where we are anticipating very large value contracts to kind of pour in over next 2 quarters. So we are pretty much there. It's just that the money hasn't started hitting our accounts. Maybe a few more quarters there, and we'll be fine.
Thank you. I think the big takeaway from today is that there are a lot of really fantastic, and these are just a small representative, but a lot of really fantastic climate businesses coming up in India. They have the capability to scale globally. Their technologies are already competing with global companies. Each of these companies has levels of efficacy and efficiency that are on par or better than their global competitors. They're also operating at economics that are far better than what their global competitors are operating, meaning we have huge opportunities, not just in India, but as we scale outside. India has the ability to really leapfrog and be a global leader in climate and environment. And it will be a driver for the economy as we move ahead. With that, if there are any questions, we have about 5 minutes. Otherwise, I have a lot more that I can say on this topic.
Thank you so much, panelists. This was really insightful. I have one question for each of these segments and would love to hear your thoughts. So starting with energy, would like to know in terms of renewable energy storage, because you mentioned that it gets produced only in some time and then is not being used. Is that something which is feasible, and what could be options around that? Second, should I just... Okay, on plastic, would love to understand how you think of the waste value chain, because what I understand is extremely fragmented, right? The time from I throw in my dustbin till the time it reaches the end, there's so many people in between. So, and do you think that's a very big problem, and how do you think that can be solved? Because source segregation is a challenge. And on water, you spoke about government initiatives. So how should water entrepreneurs work with the government to solve these challenges? A lot of things come under the government's purview. Would love to understand your thoughts.
So each of you, please do handle this as a fire round, because there are a few more questions that we want to make sure you get to answer.
Yes, 10-second answer. Storage feasible? Yes. Are we doing at scale? Yes. If you look at tenders coming around storage, we are having gigawatt-hour scale storage tenders ongoing and under deployment. So cost is an issue, and like India has solved cost issue for renewables, we'll solve the cost issue for storage as well.
So as far as plastic value chain is considered, it is not really well developed. And that's the thing globally. Less than 9% of plastic waste is recycled. 90% goes to incineration or landfills. It's a big problem, but it also is an opportunity. It's a long subject, but yes, if you see an opportunity there, you can find a problem to work on. Yeah.
My answer is Google Amrit 2.0. You'll know how to work with government on water, because government is very bullish on bringing as many water entrepreneurs to solve. And the ease of doing business with government, especially in water, has become very straightforward through Amrit 2.0 initiative.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Starlin. I am advisor of the European Union ambassador in Delhi. And actually, I came to your country only 6 months ago. We heard a lot about technology push, but in Europe, we also look at consumer behavior. So you are in 3 different markets, but I am always surprised in India. Number one is there a common aspect of Indian citizen from north to south? Are the citizens having the same behavior, using more water than they need, or using more energy than they need? And so my question is, how harmonized is the behavior of consumers throughout India, and how you are not only pushing technology, but taking your responsibility for educating consumers to use less water, to use less plastic? How do you integrate this in your business model? So if I could have maybe a brief answer from all the three. Thank you, Stalin.
So I can talk from the middle class, growing middle class in India, because I come from middle class. So we look at saving is a very important thing in our lifestyle. So if the incentive to save is greater than waste, obviously we would take immediate action on it, right? So I think, like he mentioned on the energy, there's a time of the day billing that would drive people to charge EVs during the daytime, right? Or during the time which is switching on the washing machine in the time. So I think incentivizing model would financial incentives, whether it's in consumption or treatment of water, or even the phenol that you use, whether it is organic or how would it enter this one. So it would actually play a very important role, is my opinion.
Consumer behavior in terms of usage of plastic as such, globally the consumption of plastic is going up. As the quality of living in India improves, the consumption of plastic will keep going up. Consumer behavior right now is affected by government initiatives like Swachhata Bharat Abhiyan and banning of the single-use plastics. That is happening. Additionally, it's very difficult to change consumer behavior in terms of segregation of plastics, which is happening only probably in Japan and very few pockets. Even Singapore or most of the Europe also doesn't segregate the plastic at source. Yes, these challenges are there. The progress is slow in terms of changing consumer behavior, but consumption of plastic is going up very high. Yeah.
So we study a lot of patterns, starting with weather, production from renewables, electric demand. A lot of places, the utilities are yet to understand consumer because there is no data. The data, what you see from the consumer point of view, is the monthly bill. Now we have started putting smart meters, getting data, trying to understand how is the behavior of a consumer during the day, during different seasons. So that has started. However, there are signatures. Like if you look at the overall demand patterns, the national capital of Delhi, they'll see a massive ramp up of demand during the winter, because the heating load is very high in demand during winter hours, winter season. Whereas the rest of the India, western region, southern region, the peak demand comes in summer. So there is a complementarity of electric demand. Coming to renewables, India is a vast country. It's like a European Union all stitched together, right? So in terms of the weather pattern and the availability of sun, wind, all varies across the country. And there again, there are complementing features, there are not so complementing features. So as a country, we have started emphasizing a lot more on digitalization, and I'm talking purely from the energy point of view. And what we are seeing here is that there is a growing trend of understanding every aspect of data, uptime of asset, behavior of every asset class, including the last mile consumer. So we have a long way to go there.
The one thing I would add to this is there's a misconception that everything in India is driven by price. And the decision-making behind consumers is driven by far more than price. It's driven by impact on day-to-day living, convenience. If it is too hard to switch, it doesn't matter if it's cheap. Right? People like convenience, and that's the case across the board, and it's really been driven by the shift to digital technologies. When we look at businesses, there's other drivers in their decision-making pattern, which are very much related to the larger economics, not just what is the cost of the technology or the economics of its use. And I think that we have to think about those decisions and really look at it from the perspective of, if I was in this position of making this decision, how would I choose? And understand the various different factors, because we see that whether you're looking at somebody who's making jaggery or a multinational company, there's a lot of factors that go well beyond price. And so the simple answer of what costs less is not very often really the driver. With that, Saurabh, thank you so much for your time today. It was such a pleasure hearing from you, and we're really looking forward to what happens in your new role at GAP. Vishal, Suhas, Saurabh, or Ganesh, sorry. I think that you're doing great things for the country. I think that it'll very likely expand out to the world. You've shown models that are very exciting. And I think that if there are investors in the room, this is where you should be looking. These are businesses that make a really significant impact. They have economics that work, and they will scale in ways that really have a very positive impact, both economically and ecologically. Thank you.
A big thank you to our wonderful panelists for sharing our thoughts and insights, sharing their thoughts and insights. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for this wonderful panelist. I now request Mr. Saurabh Kumar to please come on stage to receive the tokens of gratitude. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the honor of having Professor S. Sadagopan, who is a former director of IIIT Bangalore with us. I now request the professor to please come on stage to honor the panelist. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, sir. Thank you. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for our panelists. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause, please, once again, ladies and gentlemen. And it's indeed a pleasure to have Professor Sadagopan with us. And we extend our heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the Entrepreneurship Committee to Professor Sadagopan for doing the honors. Thank you so much. Once again, a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. stage fund Co-Create Ventures with a primary focus on campus entrepreneurs. Suresh is a technology and consumer-focused entrepreneur and investor with over 15 years of experience. Co-Create Ventures has helped launch more than 28 student startups in the past year. Many are in the revenue ramp-up stage and have women as co-founders as well. Welcome, sir. I now request Professor S. Sadagopan, who is a founder director of Triple IT Bangalore, to please come on stage. Professor S. Sadagopan was the director president of Triple IT Bangalore, a PhD granting university, until July 2021. Earlier, he taught at IIT Kanpur from 1979 to 1995 and IIM Bangalore from 1995 to 1999 as well as Rutgers University, USA, 1997, and AIT Bangkok, Thailand. He is currently the chairman of Karnataka Institute of Technology Task Force. Welcome, sir. I now request Mr. Suresh Bhagavatula, who's a professor of entrepreneurship area, IIM Bangalore, to please come on stage. Suresh Bhagavatula is a professor in the entrepreneurship area of the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. His research interests are in two overlapping domains, entrepreneurship and social networks. In entrepreneurship, he looks at both low and high technology firms in India. He has a PhD from VU University, Amsterdam, and MS from Flensburg University, Germany, and BE from Shivaji University. Welcome, welcome, sir. I now request Mr. Suresh Narasimha to please take over the session.
Hi, good afternoon. And in fact, it's a pleasure or probably the most challenging thing. One end, I'm speaking to some of the best professors you can have in Bangalore, and probably some of the smartest students will come after that, right? So it will be a real humbling experience for me, for sure. But let's not waste further time. Let me quickly get to that. I mean, you heard the biodata of Professor Sadagopan, but more than that biodata, probably he's the most respected academician in this country. I'm telling because I have spoken to owners of the college. Normally, owners of the college may not have a lot of respect for the academicians here. Sir is an exception, right? You go and talk to politicians, you go and talk to policymakers, all of them, as soon as I say Professor Sadagopan, there is a level of respect and love, right? So, and that speaks a lot about you, sir. And we as Bangaloreans owe a lot to you because probably after a long time, you helped us create a brand in academics, right? So, not many of them say this. Probably Triple ITB is a academic brand that we got after a long time in Bangalore, and thanks to sir. Sir, now I want to start with a question. If you reimagine a new university where a lot of bright students wants to become entrepreneurs, how do you envision that? How do you plan for it?
Excellent questions. So I'm actually kind of flanked on both sides by Suresh. You know what? Suresh is supposed to be the shining sun, right? So I'm such a dull planet around between two suns. Okay, anyway, good. So good question. So I tell you, if you're starting a new university, you have a big advantage. You don't have the excess baggage of old stuff. And I tell you, I think partly we are responsible, the whole community is responsible. So every institute now reduces everything to a number called package in your term, right? What is the annual compensation? So when you are starting, there is no record. So it's good. So there is nothing to kind of compare. Second thing is, I tell you, this country is also spoiled reasonably by the ignorance of the parents. So the parents always look into that number, and that number they kind of guide you. So parents also don't have. This is a classic case. Ignorance is indeed bliss. Okay, so Number three, what you can do is you can also make entrepreneurship as a USP. So I tell you, in 2015 batch, I kind of psyched my students and even my colleagues. So I went, on the day one, the director goes and the faculty member, deans go and invite, welcome all the new students. So all the parents are also there. So I said, look, at IIITB, students can graduate with the following degrees: BTech, MTech, and PhD. And I stopped. Everybody said everything is over. I said, no, I have one more degree. I call it you can actually graduate with a degree called dropout. Okay. So I think some of the students remember it, and two of them actually started a company. So what is happening is you could really make that into USP. Second thing is that, in IIT or IIM or IIIT, in 20th year, 50th year, we have to announce a new policy called placement. You have deferred placement. You can take it after 1 year, 2 years, etc. You can announce it on day one. Okay. Last but not the least, see, internship or this startup is not something like, it is not like, Buddha was sitting on the Bodhi tree and then she suddenly got knowledge. It doesn't happen that way. It happens over a long period of time. So you have the 2 years or 4 years, depending on which degree you are pursuing. So throughout you can have that osmosis. So these are the big advantages of a new university. USP, no baggage. And then turn it around and make it into your virtue. Thank you.
Sir, before I get to Suresh, I want to stay with you and say that, as I said earlier, a lot of policymakers do listen to you, right? So what do you suggest to the policymakers to make the student entrepreneurship happen in this country?
See, a couple of them are already in place. You would have seen that government, see, this is something which United States as a country has done exceedingly well. There is something called preferential purchases all the way up to defense for the startups. Because you see, typically, many of you are young, but at least you do find some old people here. A government tender will always say the company must have been around for the last 10 years. It must have had turnover of so many crores in the last 3 years, whatever. Sorry, it's too much of AC. So those things, government has already done that. That is a good thing. But I think another thing which we can learn from countries like Israel is there's a fair amount of money available for the academic incubators. Little bit is happening with Atal and 2009, IIMB, IIITB, we all got our first Section 8 companies. Government gave us some 2 crores, etc. But what happens is government has a tendency to put subcritical money in too many places. So what happens? All of them become useless. So I always keep telling people, instead of space division multiplexing, they can do time division multiplexing. They said, look, take 2 institutes in 1 year, give them 100 crores. Next year you give. So then what happens? Each institute will have above critical funding. So I think critical funding is the one. I think the third thing is possibly, you have things like NIRF ranking, whether you like it or not, so that also matters. So things like startup, ventures, etc., do not matter at all. So those things are completely external. So I think if you want things to matter, you have to get them into numbers, whether you like it or not. I'm not a great believer in numbers or ranking, but let us face it, you get influenced by it. And it is better to take it and win over rather than keep complaining about it. So I think these are the 3 things which come to my mind immediately.
Yeah. In fact, we have come a long way, sir. I still remember around, even in 2006-07, whenever I used to go to colleges to address, I used to request students to do 3 things. First, become an entrepreneur if you can. If not, at least go and join a startup. If not, at least go and date or marry someone in startup. That was the status we were in. And from there to today, we have come a long way, right? Where running a startup is becoming a sort of a social status, right? Becoming an entrepreneur is a social status.
Okay, so I will tell you something from the, one of the good things of being a professor is every year you get older by a year. What it actually means is you are dumber by half. So 40 years to the power of 40. The good thing is we are guaranteed year after year of the same 17-year-old, 18-year-old people who are actually getting brighter and brighter every year.
Yeah.
So they actually teach you. So this is actual state. One of them happened to be the person who was there in the previous panel. So what is the big difference between 2005 and 2015? So I'm just using a complete student lingo. So, pardon me, the idea is that you get the message across. So what happens is, remember that when you are graduating, you are 21, 22, 23, that kind of age group. So in addition to several things, this is also a time where you have to decide your life partner. Okay. So obviously dating is important. So what happened in 2005? Okay. So the boy came and told me, sir, I decided to not pursue startup and join IBM because my partner told me that if you are not joining IBM, I may have to reconsider.
Sir, IBM guys will be very happy to hear this.
But I tell you, 2015 is exactly opposite. It was the other way. The girl came and said that, look, no, sir, I decided to pursue the startup because when my fiance told me that, if you are going to work for the boring company called Google, forget it. So startups are cool from their point.
Sir, all the guys heard this and their valuation increased.
No, but it is important, right? So what I'm saying is we don't actually forget these things are also so important. See, particularly what happens is, I think, you also know from a startup lingo once again. Okay. So how do we manage risk management? At least in Bangalore, very simple. One of the spouses work, other person goes for a startup. That is risk management.
Sir,
Oh, sorry, I took liberty with you guys.
Sir, Suresh, as we know from NSR Cell, I think probably he's the startup professor, right? I don't think there is any startup who will think of building a startup without getting connected with NSR Cell, right? That's a brand they have created and a great stuff. Sir, I want to start with the same question, right? Because you have been at NSR Cell for quite some time, etc. What are the few important policy decisions that you recommend, right? Considering where you are today, right? That's where I want to start.
So is this working? Yeah. So when I talk to students, they say IIMs are not cheap, right? I think IITs and engineering colleges are cheaper, but IIM, I would say they are, for whatever be the reason, they charge a hefty amount. So most students who come from middle class, normal backgrounds, look at this. I don't know if you all don't know, the figure is 25 lakhs. So if a 25 lakh loan is sitting on your head and EMI start kicking in 6 months later, to me, I think that is one of those biggest trump cards parent use to dissuade young people from starting ventures. How are you going to pay your loan? You have been with us all along. We were hoping that you'll get good salary. I want to tell my friends that you got good salary. So how is this going to happen if you're going to join a startup? Who's going to pay your EMI? So one thing is if we can go, let's say a 2.5 year or moratorium on the loan, saying that you could start paying 2.5 years later. Lot more people are willing to take risk because now, okay, I'll try it out. If it doesn't work out, I'll go join. And anyway, I have 2-year loan moratorium that I don't have to pay. Especially in institutes which are charging, let us say, more commercial. As in, if you look at IIMs, these students actually eventually earn this money very quickly. And I've seen those who are extremely prudent and careful, in 4 years' time, pay the loan and go and start a venture, right? So I think one of the biggest things that need to be done is give them space to start ventures and say, even if you have taken a loan, you have a 2-year break.
Convert your loan account into ODR current account. Is
Yeah.
what we should propose. Actually, that's a brilliant point, which I will go and tell it to SBI, right? Who are asking for this one, right? That's a very good point.
The government is allowing this deferred placement. So I think we also have to work with the banks. When there's a deferred placement, so the loan payment also should get deferred.
I think this is something which is doable, sir. No one has thought about it. It's
Extremely doable, very easily doable. It's just a matter of thought away.
yeah.
But the reality is someone has to do it.
And you gave that thought.
Yeah.
Let's
Someone has to do it, yes.
So, okay, I think you also answered my next question pretty much, right? Is it also the reason why NSR Cell won't attract as many student entrepreneurs that you want to, right? Or you would prefer?
So we have started something called student-run ventures. So, okay, maybe I should step back a bit and say one of the things that IIM Bangalore is the first IIM which has an entrepreneurship area, right? So we teach people to be entrepreneurial. So we don't want them to be entrepreneurs, but we want them to be entrepreneurial. So it doesn't matter where you are. You could be in a large corporation, you could be on your own, you could be working in your father's company. But the idea is, how do you understand uncertainty, and how do you understand that agency, that I am responsible for whatever is going to happen, right? If these two things, capabilities that people start to understand, it doesn't matter where you are. You could be in a consulting company, but they'll say, okay, I'll take this up, completely new, but I'll take it up, right? Or tell a company, you know what, I'll go extend this business in Africa. Entirely entrepreneurial. No past history will tell you how it is to be done, right? You could still be in normal jobs and take up entrepreneurial roles, and that is what our effort is right now. So we have a compulsory course all students will have to take called Entrepreneurial Mindset and Action. Last 3 years. It was not very popular, I should be very honest. People were saying we're not going to be entrepreneurs, why should we take this course? I think we have gone past that hump. So now it's kind of considered, okay, let's think of entrepreneurship. And I see the conversations changing on campus very slowly, as Suresh was mentioning. In 2007, we could not spell entrepreneurship. It is not easy to spell entrepreneurship, but that is how bad we were. And in very, very short time, Bangalore is one of the top ecosystems in the world. So I can see the narratives change very slowly on campus. But I can tell you in the next 10 years, there would be a significant change. And I'm also hopeful, maybe I come a little bit, we are also planning to come up with an online program that we're going to, undergrad program for entrepreneurship. Fingers crossed. I'll let my director say that when it's finally, but it's in offing. In a year, in some months' time, you'll see us come up with a completely different degree course, which will be available to people at large, online, taking inspiration from IIT Madras. So we're trying to do something.
No, honestly, something which you, the student, should know, that we are also learning. So don't think that professor, see, honestly speaking, there is nothing called a professor. It's a title, right? We are all students. All our life, until the last breath of my life, I am a student, period, right? So one of the interesting thing is every IIT, every IIM, every IIIT is learning. We are all becoming entrepreneurial. You know, how on earth people would have thought that today you can go to IIT Kharagpur and IIT Kanpur, and maybe a couple of years down the line, IISc, get an MD, degree in medicine. But IIT Kharagpur, you can even get an MBBS. They'll get admission from 2024. So I think institutions are also becoming entrepreneurial. Okay, so that is the beauty of it. I think 20 years of talking about entrepreneurship has actually kind of rub-off effect on us. So it's good. So I want to tell you that we are all learning from you.
I just have one thing to add. Given the ease with which we can break rules in India, all of us are entrepreneurial.
Exactly,
right?
exactly.
It is not, we don't follow rules. There is innate entrepreneurship in us.
I think Aurobindo said that, right? Professor Aurobindo said that. Yeah, yeah. So the strength of India is we know how to break rules, right? Yeah. Right.
Out.
So, I mean, because you spoke about the course, right? I mean, this is an academic questions, but I will throw it at you, right? If you suggest, if you talk to any student, what are the 3 things that he should do to become an entrepreneur in your?
I think the thing, entrepreneurship is a probability, right? It's a probabilistic shot. You are unlikely to be successful first time around. Maybe you do have some ventures where people become successful first time around, but I have seen it's a probabilistic event where the success improves the more number of shots you take at it. So I would suggest that get your first venture out of the way while you're still on campus. Do things like for instance, right? Many years ago, I did this 250 rupee venture. Ask students to take 250 rupees and run a venture for 1.5 hours and see what you do. So what they did was, some said, okay, let me buy some flowers and go try selling it outside IIM. They realized nobody is going to buy flowers on Banerghatta Road. Nobody is interested in buying flowers. He said,
Not near IMB.
not certainly not near IMB. So he said, let me go to Lal Bagh. So these guys took the bunch of flowers, went to Lal Bagh. And there's a lot of young couples around. This is a good place to sell flowers. So they had red roses and white roses. They went around saying that, they went to people, do you want to buy roses? So the young fellow said, yeah, I like to buy roses. How much is it? So this guy very quickly on his feet thought, the red rose is 50 rupees, the white rose is 100 rupees. So he was forced to buy white rose because he need to be seen as like, you know what, I don't want to be cheap, so I'll buy a white rose and give it to you. So these guys were thinking on the job, and then they said they said we're going to sell pani puri. They realized it's not very easy selling pani puri because they bought lots of puris, they bought water, they bought potatoes, and then they realized that the potato got over very quickly. And unlike water or pani puri, you can't get boiled potatoes like that. So they realized, you know what, we have been very stupid. The potato got over. Now we have so many puris and students are coming. What do we do? Somebody just said, you know what, let's fill up with Thumbs Up, fill up with Coca-Cola, whatever, and then just sell it because people are going to do it. And this, well, it's okay. You're all students here. You could say that. There's a problem because this campus we couldn't do. Otherwise, we could have put some little alcohol also. It would have been super success. I don't want to do that. I think they have done it. It's just that I didn't write it in my report. Because the kind of money they made, I don't think they made it on Coca-Cola. But so the thing is that entrepreneurial thinking comes only when you are doing things. No amount of theoretical classroom thinking would have got this guy to think, you know what, I'll sell white roses at 100 rupees instead of red roses at 50 rupees, right? Or to say that I'm going to change this. That kind of entrepreneurial mindset where you need to take decisions on the fly can only happen contextually. So therefore, it's important to do your first venture on campus because 98% is going to be a failure. So you may as well do it on campus where it is very safe and blame it on faculty or they gave us bad suggestions. So take shots at it. And there's another thing that Kanwal Rekhi once mentioned, that for young people, do not think that the trains are going away from the platform and I need to be on that train. So there are always trains going out of the platform. He says, like, wait for 4 years before you take a shot at entrepreneurship is what he suggested, because you understand some elements of what the problems the world wants, and therefore your venture is going to be far better. So my suggestion is, see if you could do your first venture on campus, and the next venture can be 3-4 years later.
Yeah. No, it's other way like.
Just I would add, you see, hardly there will be one successful venture which was actually success at the first time. Okay, there are a lot of learning from failures. Unfortunately, the media never writes about it, so you don't get. But luckily, they are all there in the website, so don't read. So I think do read about the failures because sometimes you learn more from failure than from
others, right? Serendipity. Nobody talks about serendipity, right? Everybody says, I've been successful. Go listen to them. If they have taken the left route, they would have been a major failure. But just because they took the right by some, let's say, stars being aligned, they took the right decision at that point of time. Go back and listen to the narratives of all entrepreneurs and you realize they're always this short of being close to failure. And there's a tremendous element of luck that plays up. But the luck comes only when you're playing, not when you're not playing.
Thanks. I think we can go on and on, right? I mean, I hate myself for having to close this. No, okay, sorry. I mean, extremely sorry to audience, right? I mean, it's a real loss to us. It's real to us, right? This one. Hope we'll catch up again and then have a very, very long discussion. Yeah, now we. Yeah.
On behalf of the entire student entrepreneurship community, I would like to extend my gratitude to Professor S. Sadagopan, Mr. Suresh Narasimha, and Mr. Suresh Bhagwatula for sharing their wonderful thoughts and insights. I would now request Mr. Jagdish Patnakar, who is the Executive Chairman of Active SciTech Communication, to please come on stage and honor the panelists. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for Professor S. Sadagopal. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Suresh Bhagwatula. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Now, continuing with the session, we have an interesting panel discussion on demystifying the student entrepreneurship. And Mr. Suresh Narasimha, who's the CEO of Co-Create, is going to be the moderator for this session as well. And I would now request the following panelists to please come on stage. Mr. Ananya Mungara, who's the founder and CEO of Smart Chakra. Mr. Abhilash Madhabuchi, who's a founder of Consumer. Ms. Pallavi Gopinath, who's a co-founder and director of Font Solutions Private Limited. Mr. Hritin Kedage, who's a co-founder and CTO of Assertify. Mr. Akshay P, who's the co-founder and CEO of Zeru. Mr. Yausha Mahamuni, who's a co-founder of Fizzy.fit. And Mr. Ajay Hegde, who is the founder of Greenify. And I now request Mr. Suresh Narasimha to please take over the session. Thank you.
Hi, we decided to stand and do this panel because that one, it takes time, and second one, it brings in the energy. That's where we thought, guys, I need one more help from you. Just change it. I mean, be real entrepreneurs and then make sure that you are standing behind the name board that you have instead of asking them. Okay, I mean, just a quick intro to this panel, right? So we were very, very proud of putting this panel, right? So, I mean, just to tell you, these are the students who are still in their college, right? Or just around the final year, right? And any of them could have easily got into your Google or Microsoft or any of the startups that you want to do. They ditched it and then decided to become entrepreneurs, and you will listen to them, and I'm sure you will be excited about the passion they commit, right? So really wonderful kids. Before even we start, I want you to give them a big hand for deciding to become entrepreneurs, right? So let's start with, Let's start with a quick 90-second pitch on what you guys are trying to do, right? Quickly, and let's start with Abhilash, right? So,
hi everyone, I'm Abhilash. I'm the founder of Consumer. What we've been building at Consumer is an AI-powered market intelligence platform. So we all know how important consumer insights are for brands, right? Businesses make mission-critical decisions based on consumer insights. But the methods to get these consumer insights have been age-old. These have been the same for centuries. Focus groups, surveys, asking you what you like. This ground-level research, they have some very inherent problems. These inherent problems include it takes a large lead time, right, for you to get responses and analyze them, understand them. Take days to weeks to months. And there are inherent biases, right? And if you don't do it at a macro level scale, most people can't get this proper research level. Finally, all these insights, analyzing them and making them into actionable stuff requires some level of domain expertise, which again is an inherent problem of these type of traditional methods. So today, all this data is shifting digital, right? You're more likely to go and put a bad review than you are to tell me that you don't like something when I come and ask you. So as these insights are moving digital, businesses also have to start looking digital for these insights. So what we've built at Consumer is we've built an AI-powered engine. This engine goes ahead, finds all the data across the web, right? Anything that is relevant to your category, to your product, to your space, to your competition, analyzes it. There's billions of data points across the web, analyzes it within minutes to seconds, and gets you insights right then and there. So that's what we're building at Consumer, and I'll pass it on to Ananya.
So Ananya is an computer science student who is building something in automobile industries. You should listen to her.
So we often don't check our car tires for the tire pressure, right? And on the higher end cars, we have the tire pressure monitoring system that tells us about how low your tire is running on pressure. But it's up to the driver to actually take action to it. So what we do at Smart Chakra is we've built a deep tech solution to completely eradicate the action that needs to be taken by the driver. So what we have built is a solution to automatically inflate and deflate the tires based on the tire pressure. So you never have to go and wait in line at the petrol station. We've taken care of the tires based on 3 parameters. One is the pressure, the other is the temperature, and we have built an algorithm that can detect a puncture. So hopefully we will revolutionize the automotive industry with Smart Chakra.
Excellent. How many of you have pets here? How many of you have pets here? Not many. Pallavi is solving some very interesting problem. Pallavi.
Hi everyone. I am a pet parent. That's my first identity. And yeah, so I told I'm Pallavi. So we are from Fond, and at Fond we are extremely fond of our four-legged friends. So we are building preventive healthcare solutions for pets, and sort of like an ecosystem that would enhance the life quality and lifetime of a pet. So as we know, the average lifespan of pets are decreasing from, it used to be 12, 13 around 5 years back, but now it's around 8 or 9, and it's drastically decreasing. So we are taking steps towards that, and what we've built is a smart pet wearable. It tracks the vitals of the pet, and it understands what the pet requires, and it communicates that to the pet parent, and helps it take one step better at being a better pet parent. So that's the basic.
So just to help you guys notice, right? Two girls are building hardware companies, right? So these are the two hardware startups by two girls, right? So Ritin.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ritin Kediga, and I'm the co-founder of Certified Technologies Private Limited. So before I even begin, let me ask you all a question. What do you do when you apply for a job? So maybe you would go to a website like internshala.com or naukri.com and so many other websites. So what do you do after then? You submit your academic credentials, some projects that you worked on, and so many other details about yourself. You then wait for a recruiter to shortlist you, and then you go through a series of interviews. How boring is that? Also, I as an individual know that I have a skill set that is better than another person in the same domain who has about 2 to 3 years of experience. How do I prove that? So we were wondering if we could leverage technology to our advantage. That is when we came up with the idea of Assert. So what we do at Assert is we test the students and job seekers and help him face real-time challenges that he's going to face when he is at his job. So we enable the job seeker to practically demonstrate his skills. Also, the tests that we curate are given to us based on specific job requirements by individual companies. For example, Java required by Oracle might be different compared to the requirement that's in TCS. Also, we help university students evaluate their job readiness by helping them facing real-time challenges that are given to us by real-time companies. So we work with companies to give us challenges that they would like a candidate to face. In this way, students can evaluate if they are fit to work in their dream company, in their dream job. Also, we want to convert the jobs hiring page of a company to a 24/7 hiring machine, where a student just does not apply for a job. Rather, he performs some tasks and challenges that are given to him by the company. The evaluations and interviews are completely customized based on specific job requirements of the company. And also the evaluations and interviews, that we give are completely customized based on the job interviews. And now my college need not run behind companies for placements. Rather, companies can reach out to talent. Why? Because they now have access to students' evidence of expertise against simulated industry challenges. Thank you.
Right. See, Akshay probably is building something which many of us can't understand, right? He's building something in a very, very deep crypto technology, right? But you should listen to him.
Hi, everyone. I'm Akshay SP, and I'm one of the co-founders of Zeru. So at Zero is a decentralized application that will render financial services like lending and borrowing with zero collateral loans. Here, zero collateral is very important because in the current scenario of decentralized finance space, all the loans that are given out are over collateralized. So there is no concept of credit in the current decentralized finance space. With the benefits of DeFi, bringing credit can be a game changer in the industry that we are working on. And also we are working on some of the biggest problems like credit delegation, and we are dedicated to bring credit into DeFi and enable access of credit to everyone. Yeah, thank you.
So guys, just to tell you, he is doing his ICO in 2 months, right, in the US, right? So initial coin offerings is what he is launching in US. And let me assure you that he is from computer science final year. He is not a finance expert, if you thought other way around. Right. Mohammed.
Hey everyone, I'm Yosha. I'm one of the co-founders at FizzyFit. So FizzyFit is a computer vision based digital therapeutics platform. And our goal here is to accelerate the process of patient rehabilitation. Now, my co-founders and I, we were going through personal experiences where one of us had to quit playing cricket competitively due to our injury. And some of us saw our grandparents and parents who were going through injuries, but they weren't recovering fast enough. So why is this happening? Is what we were trying to identify. And the more research we did, we found out that there are 2.4 billion people around the world who are going through these exact same issues. And at FizzyFit, what we are doing is that we're working with alongside medical practitioners and doctors to provide them with an assistive tool that will help them analyze their patient's progress much better. So we are using our remote rehabilitation system to use AI insights to track the patient's progress and to overall accelerate the rehabilitation both physically and also mentally.
Ajay.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Ajay. I'm the founder of Greenify. And I haven't actually completed any pitches in 90 seconds, but I'll try to finish up today quickly. So in order to brief you up, we are an agri-tech startup, an AI/ML-driven agri-tech startup, and we are completely into drones. So what we do is we offer two important solutions. One, we have what we call as the mapping drones, which is going to be flying over your barren piece of land, and then you'll be getting to know the insides of the soil, basically the macronutrients, the NPK contents of the soil. And then next, what we do is, let's say the crop is of this side or something, and then we have the same set of drones flying over it. We detect the diseases. But the interesting thing, what we're doing in here is we're considering all the biotic and abiotic factors. Let's say for a fungal infection, you need a particular set of temperature, a particular set of humidity. So we take all of these into considerations, use the multispectral data set, and then we predict the diseases. We tell the farmers, okay, within 3 to 4 days in this particular piece of land, you could have this sort of disease. And next, what we're working on right now is we are predicting the quality and also detecting the quantity of the yield as well. Now, coming to the other set of solution, what we offer, depending on depending on the intensity of the disease, wherever it has been infected, we have this set of drones called the spray drones, which have this pre-calculated concentration of pesticides or whatever agri inputs being sprayed only into those exact places. So this is how we are trying to revolutionize the entire field of agriculture.
Guys, amazing. Just, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how many of the startups that I created after several years of experience, I could tell my story in 90 seconds, right? Kudos to these guys for just telling us the story in 90 seconds, right? So let me get on to the next question. Ananya, I want to ask you one thing, right? So you're a computer science student, right? Who is trying to work on something in the automobile, right? Of course, each of you are working on something very, very different from each other. But tell me, what made you pick up this problem? Why did you pick up this problem?
So this has come from a personal experience where I met with an accident with my family, and we fought the battle of life and death together. And the people who had come to save us were questioning if they had to actually bring out people or bodies, right? So that was the core reason why I don't want other people to go through the same scenario that I have gone through. And that's, I would say, the reason why I'm building this.
Excellent. Actually, I want to ask you this, right? So, you're a computer science student, right? You're talking about crypto. You're talking about lending in crypto. You're talking about zero collateral lending in crypto, right? Each one is a Greek and Latin to us. But tell us, how did you even arrive at this problem statement, right? I know that you're doing an ICO. You're convinced a lot of incubators in the US, etc. But What helped you come out with this idea, right?
So basically, we are three co-founders, and we come from a financially not so good backgrounds. So we know how credit is important to.
Just say hi to everyone. He's one of his co-founders.
Yeah, he's one of my co-founder. So we know how credit is important in everyone's life to achieve something financially, like financial freedom. So that is where we started, and we got our motivation seeing the self-help groups, which one of my co-founders is involved in. So there we saw a lot of exploitation. It may be capital inefficiency or the rates being exploited. So we thought, why can't this same idea brought into DeFi, where we get automatically everything like capital efficiency? You get global influx of capital, and you also the process is so instant and automatic, and there is no eligibility criteria. So without any differentiation, everybody will get credit based on predetermined rules. So no single entity can exploit anyone. So this is where we started, and we brainstormed around that. That was our motivation. And then as we had participated in a lot of hackathons where we had built Web3 applications, there we had an edge over it. So that is how we thought of building this.
So Abhilash, I want you to answer the same question before I get to that.
So before I started,
again, this is the reason why I'm asking you is helping people with the research is so way off from the regular computer science. He is a mechanical student, I understand, by the way. Yeah.
So before I started Consumer, right, I was trying to evaluate different ideas, right? I always wanted to do something, and I was playing with different ideas in different spaces. And every time the process was the same. To understand whether it actually had a demand, the process that professors would teach you is to go and do surveys, go and talk to people. And I have this access to the same 20, 30 people in my college groups who will fill out the form. And end of the day, the data that I get is heavily biased and doesn't really give me any useful insight at all. And this will take me weeks of my time just wasted. And entrepreneurially, the velocity of our execution is so quick, right? We want to see results, we want to understand things, but the velocity of research is not even close to the velocity at which we want to operate. So that was my biggest headache. How do I understand this market? How do I get these results? Which is why I thought, why can't we use tech in this space, which hasn't been disrupted in ages?
Right. Okay. I mean, let me get to Pallavi. I mean, I don't want to, because I want to ask you a different question, right? Yeah. You are building a hardware startup, right? Wearable startup, right? So that too for the pets. And you are doing it when you started doing it when you were in college, right? What are the obstacles that you saw? How did you overcome that, right? Just give us some rundown on all the challenges that you went through quickly.
Yeah, sure. So one of the first challenges was, testing it out on dogs. So yeah, basically convincing pet parents, that was a minor challenge. The major challenge would be all three of us are women founders. So getting into the manufacturing line, which is 99% male dominated, was the first challenge for us. So I can tell that.
I just want to take a moment here. Both, I know I was just talking to them, both Pallavi and Ananya really went to garages, really went to factories, right? Worked with that male dominated society to get the prototype that they wanted, right? So they just debunk all the myths around women entrepreneurship in this country, right? So just kudos to that, right? So
I would like to add to that, and it was not very scary, not like how we thought it would be. We actually
men
got
are
a lot
not
of
that
support.
bad, yeah.
No, we thought that people wouldn't listen to us, but actually it was not like that. We got a lot of support, and all the vendors that we met, they actually treated us like their kids and helped us out a lot. So yeah, I think the times have changed now, and it's really nice.
Yosha, I want to ask you, right? I mean, what were the challenges of becoming an entrepreneur, right? So same story, right? So you're also a girl, probably you could have got into any of the best companies that were visiting the campus. What were the challenges you faced and how did you overcome that?
So yeah, a couple of challenges that we faced. I think the main thing is, since we're working with the medical industry and all of us are from a tech background, that cross collaboration, understanding what are their needs, their problems, that is, I think, something pretty big that we had to work on initially. And slowly, you understand where are they coming from, why are their requirements like this. So working with them, that was one challenge. And another challenge was figuring out the cultural fit in your company. So as they say, one of the most important things is having the right team. So when you so even figuring out what culture do you want for your team, right? So are you creating a safe enough space for allowing everyone to collaborate, bring their ideas, question your growth as a company? Are you able to do that? That's when you really grow. So figuring out how do we bring that to the table also was a challenge, and luckily we were able to do that. So
Excellent. Guys, I think we are running out of time, but before I close it, I want you to do this. I want each of you to tell me what are the best thing about becoming an entrepreneur, right? So just now, Professor said that best time to start your company is when you are in college, right? And you guys have not only started getting a lot of customer traction, etc. But I want to listen from each of you, right? What was the best thing about starting up, right? Best thing about becoming an entrepreneur. Let's start with Ajay.
Well, first thing, you have freedom. And then the important thing is you're generating jobs, basically. You're the one who is creating the employment. Since our company Greenify is majorly targeting the agriculture sector, we are basically generating village entrepreneurs. So we are taking the entrepreneurship space even into the agriculture and even to the farmers as well.
yeah, I think one of the biggest advantages is that you become resilient as a person. I know, as Suresh so mentioned in the panel, entrepreneurship comes with a lot of uncertainty. So when you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, is this the way that I've positioned my product, is this the best way? Is it going to fail? Is it going to succeed? Those kind of things you have to deal with, and you have to embrace that uncertainty. So that's when you become more resilient as a person.
I think for me, it's solving problems because that is where I get to see how I am creating a better world, and the sense of being a creator where we create things that are really useful to the world.
Yeah, so entrepreneurship has taught me a lot of things. So the first thing that I've learned about is, there are so many aspects of life that we don't learn otherwise if we are in a 9-to-5 job, working as an employee in a company. And also being an entrepreneur, we create jobs. So it's like I can get my friends into a job rather than, trusting another company to decide my future. I can decide my own future and also build a strong network of people whose future I can build and together with them. And also my market value is going to be so high being an entrepreneur because
Is it market value in the marriage market or?
maybe everywhere.
Okay.
So, being a full stack developer who has also worked with cloud automation, has a good idea about sales and marketing, project management, customer and client relations, takes us to the next level. And also here we work on all aspects of a product development rather than, a single aspect of a product. So that's my thoughts.
Excellent. Pallavi.
So I think my friends have covered most of the points. I would just add to what they've told. For me, it provides the satisfaction of doing something new, something different from what everyone else has been doing. Satisfaction of, like he told, providing more jobs and satisfaction. Sorry. Yeah, basically it's the satisfaction of changing lives.
I have one point to cover before I actually answer the question. So, Sir mentioned that we are both women founders, and we've actually gone to garages and workshops, and things have been very nice. But it wasn't the case for us. I have another woman co-founder. She's Namrita. So everywhere we go, we've always had this question: "You're a girl. Why you here? You're going into an automotive, say, garage to just do a trial." They're like, "Why you here? Send the boys in." So it wasn't as lovey-dovey as how Pallavi mentioned, but we actually we actually faced the realities of being in the automotive sector. So if I had to answer what I have been able to gain becoming an entrepreneur and what I've learned, probably I would want to build a path for women to be able to pick the right things, be able to pick things not gender stereotypical, and be able to do the things they like doing. And for me, solving real-time problems. And another thing is the critical thinking, be able to think things both pessimistically and optimistically is something that I have learned. So that's from my end.
I think all the good answers are taken, so I am going to blame Suresh for giving me this.
That's where I called you last. You are
But,
inside guy.
let me give a different perspective, right? So I think everything that they said is true, right? There are a lot of things that are good with entrepreneurship. But for me, one critical aspect is the ability to question existing norms, right? If you're in a job, you can't question why the system is what the system is. As an entrepreneur, I make my decisions. I'm able to question everything that is existing under the sun today. I can see problems, I can see the world from different perspectives. And when you start to see problems from new perspectives and innovate, right? There's a level of satisfaction you get solving something that hasn't been solved for 100 years, being able to look at it in a different perspective and solve it, right? I think that's the most satisfying moment of being an entrepreneur.
Guys, unfortunately, I'm cursed today. Both the panels I don't want to end, but I'm forced to end, right? So, very, very sad. I mean, people should pity me for this. But anyway, thanks a ton. And you saw the energy, and in just the fact that they could. In cricket, they say he stood and delivered, right? And that's what these guys did, right? So just to cut out on the time. Thanks a ton for being great audience, and thanks a ton for inspiring us. Thank this one.
Thank you, Mr. Suresh Narasimha, for moderating such a wonderful and interesting session. And ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our amazing budding entrepreneurs. And we wish them all success for all their future endeavors. A big round of applause once again, please, ladies and gentlemen. I now request Mr. Suresh Narasimha to please give away the mementos to our wonderful panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear for them a big round of applause, please. A big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. And I now request Ms. Parnita to please come on stage and to give away the token of gratitude to Mr. Suresh Narasimha. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to be please seated for our next session, which is another interesting session on AI, hype or reality at scale. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our next session will be starting very soon. Thank you.
ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಯೋ ಸ್ವಾಗತ.
Organized by the Department of Electronics, Information Technology, Biotechnology, and Science and Technology, and co-hosted by the Software Technology Parks of India. So we have our next session, which is another very interesting session, and it's called AI, Hype or Reality at Scale. I would now request our keynote speaker, Mr. Jayendran Venugopal, who is the Chief Product and Technology Officer of Flipkart, to please come on stage and give his keynote speech. In his role, he is tasked to strengthen the team, tech investments, and help implement new technologies with a specific focus on building future capabilities across product and engineering. Prior to this, Mr. Jayendran was the CTO at Myntra. He focused on leading a highly talented engineering organization to deliver exciting innovation, execution, and engineering excellence charter. I now request Mr. Jayendran Venugopal to please come on stage and take over the session. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thanks a lot for the invite on this session, and glad to be talking about this topic, which is very close to my heart. For a while, Flipkart has been investing in technologies in the AI, ML, and now even some of the cutting edge work that is happening in generative AI and various spaces. I very much thought that this was a very settled question. I didn't realize that people were still asking this question about whether this is really, if this is reality or a hype. And I will do my bit to try and reiterate that it's very much a reality. On a day-to-day basis, we use so many AI/ML technologies, and some really mind-blowing use cases are coming to fruition. And I'll talk through some of them. So if the presentation is ready to roll, we can go forward. Can go to the next slide. So basically, it's not too far back when the entire thing about computing machines and intelligence was basically at its very nascent stage, right? Computing machinery and intelligence was a seminal paper that Alan Turing published, and all of us know about the Turing test that was actually posited as part of that seminal paper. While it may look very long, like say 70 years back, if you look at the overall human arc of civilization, it's not too far back. And at that time, even like things like personal computing, leave alone mobile computing, right, were not even a distant dream on the horizon. And a visionary like him talked about something like computing machinery and intelligence, and whether intelligence is a byproduct of just complex computing, and even things like consciousness. What does it mean and how does it relate to computing, right? So from that time, we have actually moved on to the and now we see that AI is all around us. On an everyday basis, I am pretty sure that every one of us uses AI. We may not be consciously thinking about it in those terms, saying that I'm now using an AI engine. But if you look at it, even something as simple as your spam filter today is a very, very complex algorithm that is now not hand-coded anymore. It is actually a trained model. It's typically a deep learned model that is doing spam classification. right? And similarly, when you're navigating through traffic with the use of maps that keeps constantly updating the right route for you to take, that it may be a complex domain. It may be a domain like, let's say, medical diagnostics. It may be a domain like self-driving cars, for example, autonomous navigation use cases, robotics, etc. are complex use cases for sure. Even things like natural language processing and voice and all of those are complex use cases. But they nevertheless, those engines that are created are able to solve problems only in that domain, are able to exhibit a high level of functionality only within that domain. That's what we call as narrow intelligence. And all of the use cases I talked about and I'll cover further are examples of narrow intelligence. The next evolution is, of course, going to be general intelligence, where through ability to match concepts across domains in an autonomous way, the self-learning systems are able to grasp new learning opportunities and learn by themselves. So this is akin to how we as humans learn from a very young age, right? So that is the general intelligence vision that the AI community has, and it's getting closer and closer to reality. If you honestly ask me, I mean, there are various predictions on when we will achieve general AI, and if you look at the consensus to now, it is not too far in the future. People are speculating maybe it's 20 years out, maybe it's 30 years out, and thereabouts. So, and when we talk about super intelligence, it's basically the next evolution beyond general intelligence. In fact, for people who are really interested in this topic and going beyond narrow AI, I highly recommend Nick Bostrom's book called Super Intelligence. He goes into lots of detail about ethical AI, and also even things like existential crisis for humanity. Is that a possibility, and all of that stuff, right? And analyzes it in using a lens of philosophy, technology, mathematics, and sociology. So there is very, very interesting work going on already in some of these advanced spaces. And generative AI, this is pretty much at the cutting edge, right? So generative AI, like this is an example, DALL-E, which is based on OpenAI's tech stack. So you can actually ask it to generate imagery, and you can give it parameters like, hey, I want it to look like I don't know why it keeps scrolling actually. We talk about AI, but all this tech still sometimes doesn't seem to work. Okay, so lots of use cases for generative AI. Like we actually even experimented with using generative AI for designing t-shirts in one of our group companies called Myntra. So one of the lines we launched was the design of the t-shirts was done by a generative AI, basically what is called as a GAN algorithm. And in fact, it performed better than human-generated t-shirt designs. It gave us almost 2x contribution margins at almost 3x inventory turns. So some of this stuff is very, very real. We thought we'll take some hypothetical customer and look at the life of that customer on the platform and how every touch point actually leverages AI. So let's take the case of Ramesh. So 35 years old, living in, let's say, tier 2, tier 3 city, and fluent in Hindi, maybe can understand a bit of English, but may not be very comfortable with it. And typing is very difficult. I mean, which all of us find it difficult, especially in Devanagari script, right? It's just very, very difficult to use small keyboards on the screen. Never made an online purchase, and now he is curious about it, right? So he has heard about our platform or any other e-commerce platform for that matter. I'll talk about, of course, our platform and what we do in terms of AI here, right? So when the customer onboards, we actually get the customer's preference, and we immediately start personalizing the customer's experience on our platform. So based on the customer's likes,
and vernacular preference, the entire experience of the platform will change for the user. And every click the user makes on the customer makes on the platform will give us more insights about what the customer's preferences are. Maybe the kind of price points they're looking for, the brands that they love, and the type of products they're looking for when you add to a cart versus whether you quickly click back from a product page back to a search page. Every single thing gives us signals that we can use to personalize the experience for the user. So in this case, he wants to find a couple of products for both himself and his wife, and let's see how he goes about it. So he wants to search for shoes and saris for his wife. And his wife has told him that she has pointed to a particular image that she saw in a billboard and said, I want a sari exactly like that, right? So now, how does he do that, right? So he's able to use, first of all, he's able to use vernacular languages and use voice. And voice in India is a very complex thing, actually, right? So automated speech recognition, when you have a mix of Hindi, local language, English, everything mixed in the same sentence, how do you even like understand anything about what the user is saying, right? And there are brand names involved, there are common phrases, local phrases that are involved, and all of that. So that uses lots of NLP and automated speech recognition. And and image search, the use case like buying a sari for his wife, right? So being able to upload an image and then being able to search is one of the very common use cases we see, especially in areas like fashion, right? And the computer vision algorithms that go into making that a useful experience for the user use some of the cutting edge elements of AI as well. Okay, so now he sees that there are some really good deals on mobiles. And how did we surface the mobile deals to him? Because we saw he's accessing a platform, we saw that he's using a mobile which is already 4 years old. So we know that there could be a propensity for him to try to upgrade his mobile. So we showed a merchandising card for a mobile to him, and he now wants more information but doesn't want to go through and look at detailed complex product pages, right? So we have chatbots which are able to help him, and you can ask very in natural language, you can ask questions that are very contextual. You can say, hey, can I play games on it? The bot will understand the fact that playing games would require high resolution. It will require, for example, battery life, maybe larger screens, AMOLED screens, whatever, right? So being able to contextualize the question of the user in terms of the specifications of the phone and being able to give the right answer back in natural language involves quite a bit of work that we have done in the background using AI. So there's expert chat options. Customer safety is very important. Trust and safety is one of the areas where we extensively use AI on a day-to-day basis, both in terms of protecting the good players in the marketplace ecosystem from the bad players, and the MOs of fraud keep evolving, right? So the only way to keep pace with that is by using AI. If you're trying to hand code algorithms to try and catch fraud, the fraudsters will always be one step ahead of you, right? So how do you detect anomalies in a more generalized fashion and then flag it for reviews by human expert is an area where we extensively use AI. And of course, we use AI to show dimensional ratings for users, a lot of trust markers that we show to help the users make decisions. A lot of these things, quality scores for a listing, a seller, product, etc., are all computed using AI technology, using cold start technologies, Bootstrap AI, and various other things. So this is another interesting use case for us, right? So in India, people don't generally actually specify well-formed addresses, right? We are not a country where you have lanes and sectors. Like there are only very few cities that have that sort of grid layout, right? So this is an example, right? Okay, you go to essentially what that says for people who don't understand the language is you go to a particular shop and then you ask the shop owner where Salim Lala lives, and you come and directly deliver it to my doorstep. This is exactly the address that we see, right? And this is not an anomaly, by the way. I mean, recently for a Know Your Customer program, I was going and delivering shipments. I would say about 20 shipments that I delivered, maybe 6 to 8 of them are in this format. They're not well-formed addresses. And you cannot go and ask in a shop and deliver, right? So how do you take something like this and you're still able to geocode it, right? We use something, we in-house build something for it, which is what we call as address intelligence service, which again uses AI in the background to be able to do intelligent geocoding based on tags so we treat it as a language text, we tag it and then do geocode mapping, and this has extremely high levels of accuracy, even in tier 3 towns and beyond, right? So very, very custom India specific use case. And you please try and put that in Google Maps and see whether it gives you a geocode at all, right? So whereas our delivery app for our Wishmasters will give you a geocode for that address as well. And it's usually fairly accurate, within 500 meters or so, and in many cases much more closer as well. So, okay, so to close out, what I would call out is, I mean, even this estimate I would say is a very, very underballed estimate. 15.7 trillion. In my opinion, it will be much, much larger. I think AI is going to be all pervasive. You will not see any field that is untouched by AI. We have called out a few of them, AI-powered diagnostics. We already have AI radiologists that are able to detect things much earlier than even a very, very experienced trained radiologist is able to do, right? Because the pattern matching abilities for the system are far superior when trained with enough high quality labeled data. And there are self-learning models as well now. So all of you would have heard about things like chess playing programs now, right? And AlphaZero and DeepMind and all of that. So I think every possible field you can imagine, there will be AI. So I hope that conclusively made the point that AI is, of course, no longer hype and very much a reality. And with that, I'll close. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Venugopal, for sharing your insights. And I now request the rest of the panelists to please come on stage. Mr. Umakant Soni, who's a co-founder and CEO of Art Park, who's also going to be the moderator for this session. Art Park in Bangalore is helping grow a societal scale AI research translation ecosystem for unique problems in India, along with the Indian Institute of Science. Before this, Mr. Umakant co-founded Pi Ventures, India's only artificial intelligence-focused $32 million early-stage venture fund, which has backed some of the leading AI companies. He is now the advisor and founding partner at Pi Ventures. Mr. Tapan Burman, who's a co-founder and CEO of MeHub Communications, which is a leading conversational AI company founded in 2016 and based in Kolkata and Bengaluru. Tapan founded MeHub with the mission to make technology inclusive and accessible to all regardless of their language, accent, or dialect. He has over 14 years of experience in building world-class products and is passionate about sales. Welcome, sir. Mr. Ankush Sabharwal, who's a founder and CEO of CoreOver.ai. With around 2 decades of experience in building SaaS products, Ankush has built and spearheaded global winning teams to build scalable and secure enterprise platforms. Ankush is the brainchild behind a VC-backed company, CoreOver, world's first and highest ROI delivering human-centric conversational AI platform powered with proprietary cognitive AI framework offering managed chatbot as a service. Delivering business viable tech innovations to solve important problems is Ankush's forte. Welcome, sir. Mr. Drupal Shah, who's the CEO of STEMpedia, which is transforming young minds into innovators, building a complete product ecosystem for new age technology, education across the world for K-12. Welcome, sir. And Mr. Rohit Rati, who's a co-founder of Karma Life AI, founder of Notion Inc., Smarten and Karma Life, designed country's first tablet PC, Notion Link Adamtronics AI platform, and now busy building financial inclusion platform for underserved blue-collar workers. An IIT Kharagpur graduate, is a technology evangelist as well. Welcome, welcome, gentlemen. I now request Mr. Umakant Soni to please take over the session.
Thanks a lot for having this kind of session and audience. So I would first like to thank all the audience that's out here, and especially the audience which laughed when he shared that the address. I mean, that also is very interesting because Pasha bhai se jaake puchna main kahan rehta hu. It's very colloquial, very contextual. That's how culturally people have been telling their addresses.
But how do we deal with systems now, because you're now supposed to work with machines? So welcome to this new reality. We call it AI, artificial intelligence. It's going to create $15.7 trillion of new economic wealth, as Jay was actually sharing in his slides, which is like 5x of the current GDP of India. So there is so much of opportunity that is out there, right? But he also pointed out something very interesting, that problems in India are very unique, right? And how do you solve these unique problems at scale? And that is where AI could be very interesting, because we all live in Bangalore. We know if you bring Tesla here, it will get stuck in Silk Board. But if you build a Tesla that actually, or equivalent car, which could actually work in this kind of crazy environments, it will work in India, it will work in Southeast Asia, it will work in Middle East, it will work in Africa, it will work in US and Europe too, right? So I think this is fantastic time. All of you are young, you're full of energy, full of talent, and you have this, what I call a supermarket of problems in India to solve, right? So AI needs problem data, and we all have tough problems to solve. And maybe that way, what I've seen, especially with my investee companies in Pi, and now we are setting up a new venture fund, $100 million venture fund to back AI and robotics companies, that Indian companies are going to solve unique problems. And because they're going to solve unique problems for such a large population, they will be the next new decacons, technology decacons that might come out of India. At Art Park, we're trying to promote that. And I thought that this session is very interesting. Jay is talking from Flipkart's perspective. You've got what, 400 million consumers now? Close to that, right? And we have young startups here who are just beginning their journey, who are experimenting with very interesting use cases. And I would actually just quickly ask them to share a brief bit about what exactly are the problems that they're trying to solve, and how are they perceiving this whole environment. So starting with Drupal.
Hi, myself Drupal from STEMpedia. We are creating products for AI and robotics education for the school age segment. Like with that, kids can make their projects like face detection, their own self-driving car, or let's say their own system with which they can control the lights of their room or whatnot. So we are seeing a lot of things around their world, like kids are living in their world of digital era. So how we can help them to learn and expose them with this kind of new age technologies with which they can build some real interest about this kind of technologies, and it's not just about using them.
Very important, because by 2030, we're going to have 7.5 billion people living with 30 billion connected and intelligent machines. So we don't just need numeracy and literacy, but we probably also need to teach our kids machine literacy so that they can co-think with these machines, co-work with those machines, because that's what the world that they will be living in. Ankur?
Yes, thank you so much. What we're trying to do is we want to let users, any user, talk to any system, whether it's a banking portal, utilities, e-commerce, any portal, the way user talks to another person, right? So it's as simple as if user is asking, let me say in Hindi, मुझे 5 kg आशीर्वाद आटा के 7 पैक दे दो. अच्छा कितना हुआ? 1000 रुपया हुआ. अच्छा 2 निकाल दो. अभी कितना हुआ? 800 हुआ. चलो अभी दे दो. So as I said, we have done that, right? So user doesn't have to see the screen. User is free to see the screen, but exactly the same. User can choose any language. We support 12 Indian languages in any format, voice, text, and we have video commerce as well. The video bot, user can talk to the merchant virtually, and any channel. We'll talk more as we proceed. Thank you.
And it's interesting because they're working a lot with the government, and government is the only institution that has to deal with 1.36 billion people, right? In India, when you're as a government, you have to think about every single person, right? So you have to think about that person, whether they know English or not. They need to probably communicate in their own language, in their own way. So how do you actually, they're helping, government design what they call as citizen-centric services. It's very interesting to hear from you. Rohit?
We at Karma Life, we are focused on providing sustainable finance to underserved workers.
which represents more than 85% of the entire workforce of India. And the biggest challenge which is there right now, less than 2% of the people, less than 2% of the people who actually earns less than 25,000 rupees has any sort of banking services. And the biggest challenge for that is that how do you harness the alternate data to really bring them as part of the formal banking? So that's what we are focused on as a company.
And it's very interesting. Karma Life is actually, recognizing the fact that world is increasingly going gig-based, right? So everything from delivery, is becoming giggable in some sense, right? But our banks are still used to you earning salary every month, right? So how do you, bridge that gap? And they're starting with the gig workers. That's their first model. And in fact, their first customer is sitting here right beside me, Flipkart. So it's very interesting in that sense. Tapan?
Thank you. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. And I'd like to thank Government of Karnataka for inviting me for this session. So at Mihoop, we are actually building voice AI platform, and we help enterprise developers to create voice interface for any device or application. I'll give you one example, like say, for example, say in cars, so we have like product with product, we can control cars just by talking. It's like an Alexa inside a car. So that's the use case, what we have built on the top of the platform. And also in the contact centers, right? I mean, so we analyze customer interactions to help companies to understand how to improve customer experience, why the customer is calling, right? So those are the use cases we are solving through our platform. Thank you.
So thank you so much. So we have a full variety of use cases. I mean, Jay talking about commerce at scale, Drupal talking about, how do you get young kids to work with AI, and what kind of challenges that you see there, and what kind of use cases are these kids thinking about? Then you have Anku talking about, how governments are using it, and we have Rohit talking about, how gig workers are using that to get access to banking products, right? New age financial products that they actually need to, because if they run out of gas or petrol on the way to deliver your favorite food, they probably need to borrow some money to, fill that petrol and deliver you the food that you've ordered for. How do you bridge that gap? So some very unique, interesting challenges. And of course, Tapan talked about, the most important use case, right? The customer support. And how do you actually solve that pain, typically, which is out there. So it's a great variety that we have. And I would actually start with Jay, because he's been dealing with scale. And of course, these are young companies. They are getting to scale. I mean, India's scale is still a very different perspective, right? So how did they actually build up this kind of infrastructure? And what kind of challenges they face in building this billion plus scale that we typically talk about, because it's not just about quoting AI, but actually delivering it to so many consumers at once requires different kind of challenges, right? Like you have data as a challenge, you have data infrastructure as a challenge. So what was the biggest challenge, and how did you actually attempt to navigate through that?
Sure, Makan. So if you look at challenges as we built our business, and as we started thinking about deploying AI and deploying AI at scale, when we got started, maybe I would say 7-8 years back, seriously starting to invest in AI beyond out-of-the-box models, right? So, first of all, I mean, talent availability itself was a big issue. 8 years back, I think AI was not as much the buzzword that it is today. So getting people and trained people was a challenge. So we ended up actually putting in place a lot of in-house training programs, upskilling programs, etc., and hands-on ways for people to learn and go into the AI domain when they were software development engineers. And of course, building this sort of AI at scale requires the ability to manipulate data also at scale. And building big data platforms, while open source technologies was there, a lot of them were unproven at the level of scale that we were already operating at. And in India, at least,
everything from having very kind of standard ways of deploying and managing these stacks to operating them at scale, etc., were difficult. And we did a lot of that in a homegrown way, actually, right? So we built on top of open source. We hired some of the best minds in the country who have worked worked with this sort of scale with global experience, and eventually built. I would say probably in India, barring government use cases, perhaps one of the largest data lakes that is out there in terms of the customer data, insights data that we have, and catalog data, assortments, and everything. So yeah. So we don't like talk about the numbers per se, but I can say roughly that on a daily basis, just the clickstream data that we ingest, the level at which you have instrumented it, is basically a few hundred terabytes. And the accumulated data, you can imagine, right? It's basically, I mean, several tens of petabytes, and I mean, crossing 100 petabytes and more is where we are at.
Wow, that's some scale. I mean, now, of course, these startups are young, but would love to ask Drupal, that when you start to engage with kids and you teach them AI use cases. And I was recently in Finland. I was actually telling them about their experiments with 600 plus schools. So they're actually powering AI and robotics courses in 600 plus schools across 4 states, right? And they were astonished that, wow, this is happening in India. And, kids are playing with it, and they're sort of like using these tools to learn by doing, right? And that's the most efficient way of learning. So Drupal would love to, have you recount some interesting experiences of you when you actually rolled out these tools. How did kids respond to that?
So very interesting thing. And one good part for this is in India, the technology has been now present in like the mobile technology, and this internet has reached the deepest pockets of the country. And so when we talk about AI, we see like, of course, like premium schools can afford it, or let's say this kind of robots and all, we think it's costly and all, right? But how we are scaling up with the government partnerships with, like we have worked with Goa government, Delhi government, Assam government, and a lot of things are happening. And students from this, like when we talk about government schools, there can be kids from different personas, like different backgrounds, like even kids from who are living in small huts are using our products, and they are able to make very fantastic things. Like even they can draw a Mahatma Gandhi caricature using coding and all, using just their mobile phone, and they are not kind of from the premium schools and all. And so these kind of things are happening around. So our products, they are using across the world, not just in India. In Africa, we are working. Even our platform is translated in a lot of international languages, right from Korea to even Chinese and Russia as well now. So people are picking up the things because now kids are involved in technology. Like kids know about Alexa and this kind of things happening. They say, like either from whichever background they are coming out, they are watching YouTube videos and all. So the good part is like technology is helping us a lot, and it is like kids are able to think beyond kind of the things. Like there is no limitation. Let's say earlier we used to have like books are limited to few people or something.
No, it's interesting because they also run this global coding competition for kids called Codever. And of course, we are also supporting them at Art Park. So last year we had like what, 70,000 kids participate from how many countries?
From more than 65 countries, 70,000 students.
65 countries. And an interesting winner was a young kid from Algeria, 8 years old, and he built a program so that he can sort the books to take on any particular day for his school. Now, that's a use case that I can't understand, but they definitely have probably use for that kind of a use case. So with that, thank you. I will just quickly I want to ask Ankur that when you are working with government use cases, and of course the degree of or the degree of maturity of users will be very different, right? So how do you take care of that? What are the challenges that you see when you have to design these conversational AI platforms for citizens, right, to access government services? Maybe you can give some examples so that it's real for our audience.
Yeah, so if you had seen our first chatbot, which we had launched on Ask, which we had launched on IRCTC, users used to ask a question, and we used to throw 2 questions back to the user. What do you mean, this one or that one? Because we could not understand what users were asking that time, and we didn't have so much data to start with. And a lot of our employees were saying, no, there is no chatbot on IRCTC. We were aware because we were just trying to gather data. Now I got 1 billion users who are using our virtual assistant, and we know loan, which is say 4 characters word, it can be written in 150 ways and spoken in 30 ways. And refund can be written in 80 ways and spoken in say 20 plus ways. Refund, and different dialects. And now it works. We have seen even 99% accuracy. The lowest accuracy which we have got is around 89. We go live with 90%. You can try in IRCTC. If you say, hey, मुझे Bangalore से दिल्ली तक की ट्रेन परसों की या कल की book करानी है, it will work. Right? You say 2 days after Diwali, 2 days after Christmas, I want to travel to, say, Jammu. Then it will ask from where, right? So we do good intent classification and entity extraction, and we have handled a lot of dialects. We do auto detection also. Sometimes user don't choose the right language, we detect. Yeah, it's working, but a lot more to do, right? Every day we get more use cases which our bot doesn't understand. It's constant work which we're working on.
Absolutely. And in India, people forget it's extremely diverse country, and languages evolve because you have to describe something which was really local, right? So you have to have, something which was like very, very local. Like, we have a walking quadruped which is there in Art Park stall, and we were trying to figure out what do we brand that, what do we brand that company, and then we came up with this name. We said, okay, Chirute, because that's something which is very local, and they describe it to mean something which is very agile. It can move anywhere, right? And so the languages evolved in India, and we've been around for 1,000, 3,000, 4,000 years. So these languages have become very complex, and in fact, we actually have a whole program which is where we're trying to gather voice data across districts, because we found that voice is the patterns are changing with each pin code, and if you build one a massive voice engine which will translate, it won't work. You actually have to even know where this person is actually calling from for it to work. So that's a big voice data program that we've started. And we have, if you want to volunteer for figuring out how can we build this voice engine for Kannada, that's an open data set, so it's going to be open for a lot of these startups which might come in future like them. So please reach out to us and volunteer, or if you want to work there, please do so as well. With that, I would like to actually ask Rohit, since you're working in this gig segment, right? And gig workers, most of them are migrant workers. They may have very low digital literacy as well, right? You're a delivery guy, you're delivering food, you're delivering packets in e-commerce. So there is so much of variety of users in that. So how do you actually determine whether a particular person is credit worthy or not, right? How are you using AI in that? What kind of data are you looking at?
Sure. So we intermediate our solution through the employer partnership. We work with, as Umakant mentioned, we work with Flipkart. We work with pretty much all the larger platforms, you can say, you can name it, and we get access of deeper work data. See, one of the interesting challenge of the financial systems, our financial system is like 75-year-old, the current financial systems, right? And it's a process of rejection, and the people who does not get rejected get selected, right? And we philosophically take a different route of that, right? Saying that assume that everyone is good around that and let them burn that trust with you. right? So we have something called Karma Score, which is a combination of work data, digital footprint, and the transaction data. And we sort of dynamically run that for every person, almost all time. And it starts with a 5 scale. The 5 is the highest which person can get, and it actually starts with that. I think that was a philosophical angle which sort of helped us to do that part. We also broke down the problem of credit worthiness into 2 pieces. One is we call as eligibility, that who should be eligible. Second is what should be the sustainable limit for that. Because if you do that, right, it allows you to, it gives the ability to the user to really perform better, and then maybe can make the data richer with you, and you will be able to underwrite him better with that. Some of the other experiments which we did was that, if you don't know how to underwrite, maybe start with a smaller amount, right? You won't, it might sound very, stupid, but we actually, during COVID's phase, we gave a limit of 500 rupees to every user for a week's period of time, and we thought, what would be the utility of that, right? And we were surprised with the level of utilization which was happening, right? Some of the other things which we also do is, for example, that our segment is, the literacy is very poor, hence they don't plan ahead. It's not like, LIC IPO is coming, I should save money for buying for that IPO. So we had to also design the system which can work 24/7. On our platform right now, 70% of transaction happens off banking hours. Now, if you want to support that in a compliant way, you need to build the entire infrastructure along with the banks, which still works on the legacy systems, to give that experience to the people that they can withdraw the money 24/7 to their bank accounts, right? So I think it was more to do with understanding the user, fetching the data which we were getting from partners and the digital footprints of the user, and also trying to establish a use case where instead of asking user to change their mental model, can you actually make the product which is closer to their mental model itself?
So how much amount of money are you moving through? I mean, how much of credit are you moving through your system now?
So we have touched the life of almost like 2 lakh people till now, in this space. And that's a lot by the scale of it, right? And
how many data points do you assess for each one of those decisions?
Yeah, I think that data point is the wrong metrics for that. The outcome of that is that today our NPA, which is the litmus test for any credit program, is less than 0.1% of this segment, right? NPA for people like you and me who has a credit score of more than 750 plus is more than 5% in the country right now, right? So I think that's the point of it, right? We pretty much access all non-personal data. We have sort of removed it over the period of time. When we started, we were saying, "Sab kuch lete hain," right? Let's see that. But over the period of time, I think we have sort of deprecated more than 50% of that, saying it's not useful. But I think, as I said, true metrics for that is over the period of time, we are able to give 3x more to the people what they were getting earlier, year back, and the NPA has reduced by 1/4 compared to a year back.
Wow. So within 2 minutes, you decide and you do it at scale. So 2 lakh is a pretty decent number, and these are all frequent users, right? Very interesting. Dapan, I mean, how do you see, what kind of big challenges that you came across, when we were doing it? I know, I mean, putting these kind of systems inside cars in India is not easy. How did you work with these large manufacturers and, of course, at contact centers, big companies? I think you're working with like all the major banks in India today. So maybe you can give us a glimpse of that, like what kind of challenges that you do see.
Yeah, I'll start with the automotive example. I mean, the true challenge in India, of course, if we cross every 100 kilometer, there is a change in the dialect, right? I mean, and everyone has their own mother tongue influence. So you don't, talk in pure Hindi or pure English, right? It's mix Benglish, English with different dialects. So we were working with Tata Motors. So Tata was using a legacy voice assistant system, which was built by Nuance, the company which got acquired by Microsoft. And so they are not happy with the experience because it was only supporting English, which is not relevant in our country in most of the cases. And it was working in a way it was supporting limited command set, right? I mean, the use case was like user should control everything just by talking. And I mean, of course, like, their expectation was it should support natural language. I mean, if I have to talk in mixed language or any way I want to control, right? So I should speak naturally. Second, in regards to data, I mean, they also wanted to have some sort of solution which can work without connectivity, because most of the users, I mean, usually don't give consent to take their data, right? And that was, of course, one of the challenge what they were facing. Of course, like, we sort of partnered with them. We have built our own sort of method to collect data samples from different part of India. And also we understood, like, for every person, if you see, we have like limited vocabulary set for every day use, right? So if you see yourself, you don't use more than 200 words per day. I mean, that's your personal dictionary, right? And second, it not necessarily right to understand every sort of sentence what you are saying. If I get the intent right, I'll be able to help you in that context. I think with that thought process, we kind of sort of built the solution. We replaced Nuance from Tata Motors, and now if you are using any Tata vehicles, you will find Mihoop voice assistant is there, which is like factory installed. We have like more than millions of cars powered by Mihoop, and also working with another mainstream auto OEMs to replicate the same success. Now, in regards to customer support, right? I mean, not just banks. I mean, if you are calling in a contact center, you heard that your call can be recorded for quality and monitoring purpose. But manually, hardly they can analyze 1 to 2% of the call, and that's humanly possible, but it's also expensive, right? So business, they don't have any clue like why the customer was calling, and why customer is churning, and how the agent is sort of performing, right? So we are sort of using AI to analyze 100% of the interactions for all large enterprise, and giving them all sort of insight so that they know like why the customer was calling, how agent was performing in those support use cases. And yeah, that's the support use case what we're doing in that most of the banks. Yeah.
Brilliant. I mean, it's very interesting to hear your perspective. You replaced Nuance, which is a big leader in that space. So it's fantastic to hear that startup going in, and that to doing it with the major car manufacturer. So it's a very interesting, and I hope that you probably do that with the rest of them as well. And I know that they don't work very well either. So very quick question, like I want to start with Jay. Is like what's coming that's exciting next in this whole area, right? Like, what is it that you're building next, and what can we change in India or Indian ecosystem to go faster? How do you see that change getting affected?
So I think what is coming next, a very open-ended kind of question, right? So I do believe that there are entire segments of things which can go towards complete automation right now with the power of AI. And we have a vision that we will have a kind of what we internally created a program called Cerebrum, which is kind of a nerve center AI, which is going to govern multiple things within our e-commerce stack. For example, where do we bring traffic to from the into the platform? What are all the sources, right? So today, in many companies, digital commerce companies, or even in other domains, right? A lot of these departments, like a marketing department, let's say your inventory and supply chain department, or demand planning, all of those things would work in isolation, right? And having a nerve center kind of a model which is able to understand all the constraints, all of the parameters, and be able to connect the dots across everything from traffic sources to fulfillment to customer service, and do it in meaningful ways, right? So today we have very complex models. We have billion parameter models today running our homepage personalization algorithms, right? Which literally, you can think of it as rendering customized homepage for every user on our platform. But even so, even that is working in isolation. It doesn't know where the traffic for the day is being planned by the marketing department, right? So everything being connected and being self-adjusting
including tech systems behind, even our data centers and others, getting primed ahead of time based on traffic spikes and everything, and being able to control everything autonomously is the vision we have for how do we want to evolve our tech stack, and that's where we think we want to go. In terms of infrastructure and other things, I mean, clearly the government is doing a lot by way of the national AI policy, the kind of support startups are getting, and we work quite a lot with startups. So continued investment into the ecosystem, treating AI as a competitive differentiator for the country at large, right? To really leapfrog our economic growth story to the next level. I think as long as that continues, I'm very hopeful and positive that with the diversity that we have in India, diversity of use cases and talent that we have, we can actually take the lead on AI in the next decade and more to come.
Fantastic, and of course we continue to work with Flipkart, and I think they are one of the big homegrown startup success story as we talk about. And I was traveling last month in Nordics, and there were 3 instances where people came up and they wanted to ask, like, how did Flipkart could stand up to Amazon, which was very, very hard to do for a lot of people in US. And it was very interesting to share that yes, there is something unique in India which can give rise to such kind of technology stack and the talent that's behind that. So, and I hope that some of the other startups which are on my left side, probably they will become the future Flipkarts. So I want to ask Drupal as well the same thing, like, what's coming next? What are you building that could probably catapult you in that same league? And what we should be doing at India level to help that?
Yeah. So we are working next on kind of improving the experience of like how kids are involved in making projects. Like with our products, kids can make variety of projects, and they can experience different things. Either it can be a natural language processing project, or it can be something kind of data science even as well. And how we are now kind of working is different age segments. So student have very much like age group of a student of 7 years or 10 years or 16 years have very different requirement and have very different pedagogy to learn. So the experience which we need to give to each and every kind of segment of kids is what we are now looking to work, so that we can kind of cater to that segment specifically. Let's say early age kids can use block-based coding or something. Teens can use Python kind of thing. And we are aligning ourselves completely with the Indian like school boards like CBSE, ICSE, while parallelly our products are compatible with the international standards like in US like CSTA or Singapore Education Board and all. But the most important thing for us is we keep on focusing. We want kids to become innovators. We want them to empower so that they can start thinking and they can start come out of the rote learning, at least in like countries like India or the developing nations, where one thing is kind of many people like sitting in this room will also be kind of part of the peer pressure things and decision based on their parents or their siblings or their something. So how we can help the kids to make their career choices depending on their something prior experience, rather than just kind of like someone else told computer science is good, right? Now everyone wants to be, but there are kind of different kind of things happening. It's not just about AI or coding and robotics. There are tens of different fields. Creativity is very important nowadays. So that's how we are focusing on. Like our vision is to empower kids to become innovators. Either it is through technology or through creative element or whatever.
Fantastic. Good that you have the that core principle in mind.
Yeah, I'll do a quick one. I'll see the next panelist here. So 3 things we are doing now. The one is we are going deep on more features. We are making now interactive digital twins. I spoke about chatbot, voice bot. We are doing video bots. You'll be able to talk to anyone while the person is not there, and you ask the brand ambassador, the CEO of the company, to help you buy the products. Interactive digital twin. The second, so we have the partners like Microsoft, Google, UiPath, Automation, Anywhere. They are selling our solutions. So now we are trying to partner with all the developers and all the small retailers. We partner with the company Affiliatics. so that we democratize the way we are selling the solution. The third stuff is we are kind of expanding. We're not just retail, the travel, we are expanding to other markets, and we will not just be reactive. Currently, users ask something and our virtual assistant respond. So the next phase coming soon, we will know what user wants and we'll cater to the request of the user without user asking for it. You'll see that on IRCTC in a couple of months. So you'll be surprised. We will know what user is trying to ask, and without user asking, we'll cater the actions from the virtual assistant.
Rohit?
Our vision is to provide deeper and affordable financial services to these 200 million plus people. And it's a very steep goal, we understand that. But so our plan, we are working towards making our Karma score as a public utility. That's the vision of the company, and that at some point in time, we would have enough data, enough insights, enough know-how about a person where we can actually make equivalent of what Sibyl is there for people like you and me today.
Fantastic. Tapan?
Yeah, I think in coming days, most of the device will be like, will have voice first interface. Keyboard will be a fallback. So I can see Mihu be the operating system for, for every kind of voice device in the world in coming days. Yeah, that's
fantastic. Brilliant words. And thanks a lot for joining this wonderful discussion on AI hyperscale. I know the next panel is here, but we are going to be around. So if you have any questions, unfortunately, we couldn't take that today, but we would be out there. Please feel free to ask us. So thanks a lot for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for this very insightful session. And I now request Ms. Parnika Pavanram, who is the General Manager Admin, Department of ITBT, to please give away the tokens of gratitude to our wonderful panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for them, please.
ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಯೋ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಯೋ ಸ್ವಾಗತ.
And given how our stock markets outperformed, I mean, there is confidence in Indian economy as well. So I think there are going to be a lot more entrepreneurs. I think events like this will trigger a lot more people to go start businesses. And really, if India has to go from 3 to 5 to 10 to 20, I think the secret lies in how do we enable more entrepreneurs in the country, and how do we make it easier for them to raise capital and grow their businesses. So I think it's exciting time because being an entrepreneur is cool in this country right now.
Wonderful. Maybe coming to you, Nitin, in keeping with the theme of names, would love to know.
I think there are some secular trends which are happening, right? India GDP is growing, so India per capita income is growing, and a $2,000 was a great tipping point when people are like consumption goes up. That consumption is aided by credit. Disposable income goes up. People invest. People need payments, right? People travel abroad. So $2,000 was a great tipping point. As it become a $5 economy, $5 trillion economy, right? That number will move closer to $4,000 US. So it's just a secular trend, the GDP growth, right? It will take everything along with it. The second thing is that the pace at which pace at which systems have taken over life, right? We are very well aware of the entire India stack, but more than India stack, right? Everywhere where you see, for the first time ever, the supply of money dropped, right? That's because more people are not transacting digitally than using cash. And that's, again, a very, very big secular trend, more specifically for India. So earlier, you did not have enough digital footprint of a user to do more for a user, to offer more products to a user, to more offer better products to a user, right? India is going through a very unique trend, which is not true for the rest of the world, where because of India stack, because of this push where to cater to 1.4 billion people, we have to do more digitization, right? That digital footprint of a user is more largely available. And as Nitin said, right, you couple these two secular trends with the spirit of entrepreneurship, voila, magic happens. That's my view.
Wonderful. Harshal?
Yeah, I think in the last 10 years, fintech has played an increasingly critical role in driving digitization in the economy. And we've, as Nathan said, I think India Stack created the base infrastructure for that. And on top of that, we created a lot of stuff around payments, credit, banking, insurance, and everything else. I think the first wave of fintech, at least so far, was around just enabling access or democratization. That how do we provide credit to everyone? How do we provide banking to everyone? How do we enable everyone to be able to make payments or invest in stocks and stuff like that? And I think we have done a lot in getting to where we are, where democratization to a lot of extent has been solved. We still yet to cover tier 3, tier 4, but at least in tier 1, tier 2, we have made it possible for everyone to get access to the baseline infrastructure around fintech. I think as we move towards a 5 trillion economy, what will play a role, increasingly critical role, is how do we get to the next step of it, which is having more customized, more tailor-made solutions around, like when you talk about payments, how do we create specific payment instruments that work well for, let's say, the tier 1 population versus the tier 4 population. And that's where things like UPI Lite, offline payments, and stuff like that is playing a critical role. And similarly, it's around wealth, around insurance, around investments, and everywhere. We'll see a lot more tailor-made solutions come out. I think that will play an increasingly important role in driving the next level of penetration, so that how do we ensure that not just everyone gets access to financial services, but gets access to the kind of financial services that they need. And I think that will be an important trend to watch out for the next couple of years.
Absolutely. Excited for more verticalization, as you're saying. Raghu, would love to hear your views.
So this is a very interesting topic. I mean, if India has to really get to a $5 trillion economy, right? It cannot get there if the fintechs in India are not going to be successful. Right, and the company that I run, which is more cross-border, right? So we are a US headquartered company, but bulk of the operations are runs in India. So we get to experience what is happening in India and what we get to see and what is happening on the US. So it's a mixed bag. India kind of is way ahead of the rest of the world when it comes to, let's say, the Bharat stack, right? UPI, OCN, ONDC, and stuff like that, right? We are way ahead of the curve. So where more other countries are following the trend, whether it is PIX in Brazil or a FedNow in the US, right? So where we are really setting up industry standards, right? And that cannot happen if the entire ecosystem doesn't come together. It's not just the entrepreneurs, right? It's the regulators, it's the government, it's the industry players, it's the customers. Everybody has to really play their part for us to really get there. So I think we are doing a great job there. When you really look at what happened in the US economy or the Chinese economy or the Brazilian economy and stuff like that, right? The fintechs have taken the economy to a completely different level, whether to get the unbanked population into banking or underserved folks into banking and stuff like that, right? So they have played a great role there. And there is also this thought, right, in the startup ecosystem, over a period of time, almost every startup becomes a fintech, right? Because of the data that they have about their customers, their partners and stuff like that. What I've witnessed in the US is there are a significant number of infrastructure providers in the US. We don't necessarily have that yet. So there is a huge opportunity, at least in the next few years, right? If you build that infrastructure, right, where between the banks and the startups, where every startup is becoming a fintech, right? You add the infrastructure layer there, right? Whether it's going to be KYC or fraud management, compliance management, right, or lending, underwriting, collections, and stuff like that, no? Right, so we can definitely get to extremely large scale, right? So because there are people with money, but people don't know where to really, how to make the flow of the money go through, right? For the GDP to really get to $5 trillion, right, right? The money has to flow within the ecosystem. The infrastructure players will play a key role. That is where we kind of lack as of now. But if you're able to get there, given the entrepreneurship sentiment in India, right, as Nitin rightly said, right? So they are the new rock stars. If that happens, right, so people start filling the gaps that exist in the market today. So definitely, it's 5 trillion is just a number. I think we should, by 2030, we should be able to cross the 5 trillion number by a very, very large margin.
Looking forward to that. Nitin, last but not the least, love to hear.
I think everyone's already made some phenomenally smart points, so I don't know what to say. I think there's only one thing that I'm excited about, and you know, Nitin Gupta is working on it, and a few others are as well. I think that for that 2,000 to 4,000 transition on a consumption sort of enabler, I think fintechs will play a fundamental role in bringing trust to be able to drive credit to every individual in the country. So today, the challenge, of course, if you look at our traditional banks, the number of people that they've underwritten is, I would say, very conservative. And part of the challenge they've obviously faced is that how do you trust every citizen? How do you trust every transaction? And I think that's where, fintech companies, some of us on this stage, a lot of the others who are building, are going to build the sort of fundamental infrastructure that enables that. And the minute you have more and more credit on a risk-adjusted basis at the cheapest cost possible, that's when you actually drive consumption a lot more. Because if credit is expensive, I'll give you a simple example. If the productivity on something that I'm doing does not allow me to pay more than 10% to be able to borrow money, I'm just not going to do that, right? And I might be a very trustworthy platform, individual, business, what have you. So I think fintechs will play a role in sort of bringing costs down. And if they bring costs down, that will bring productivity up. If it brings productivity up, then you have that sort of virtuous cycle that will keep going. And I think we're in that Goldilocks period of India's growth. So I'm very excited.
Yeah, I think it's a lucky time to be in this room. I think the tailwind itself is going to help us, create and innovate in a lot of good ways. Miten, I want to come back to this point of trust and credit. And I think maybe I would love to hear your and Nitin's thought on the consumer side and Harshil maybe on the business side. How do you create trust? And, we've often heard India tends to be somewhat of a low trust economy relative to a lot of the developed markets. Everyone has seen some scams, some place where they were overpromised, especially in financial services. So how do you crack trust for the various audiences that you all have seen, which are pretty different as well?
Yeah, so it's a great question. I think there are three ways in my view, and to some extent the way we run Cred. One is a fair degree of transparency and customer financial sort of literacy improvement, which is, for example, one of the things we do in Cred is we highlight the importance of paying back your bills on time and how that impacts your credit score. A lot of users, most of us in this room probably don't understand the actual impact that having a new credit card or applying for a BNPL or applying for a home loan, what is the actual impact of that on my credit score? So one is sort of increasing transparency, creating literacy so people know how to engage, what to engage within, right? And I think sometimes the sort of mistrust happens when you don't have that knowledge. You think you were cheated, right? And that may not be the intention of a platform to cheat you, but that's how things happen, but you're not aware. And so first thing is financial literacy. I think the second thing, which is related to what I was saying before, is trying to make things a lot more affordable and then making them a lot more customized. Again, Harshil said this, right? Which is, personalization is something that we are not even at I'd say the start of. There's a huge amount of personalization to be done. And then I think the last thing is, of course, as an industry, making it easy for people to be able to sort of get dispute resolution. Let's say you get into a situation where something is not working, or you feel that you've been on the wrong side of a transaction. How do I solve for it, right? And most global platforms that have managed to get to scale, they handle these situations very, very well, so that you don't feel like, oh, should I transact or not, right? And we have to remove the fear of transacting.
So let me attempt this question in a slightly different way. Whenever two people, two companies, two individuals are talking, right, what forms the basis of trust? It's two factors. One is capability, other is integrity. So when you're doing a professional dealing, right, two parties assume that each is capable, and that's why you're willing to get into that relationship. And there is integrity, whether it's transparency, whether it is whatever you have said, the gentleman's promise, right? So in any relationship, I fundamentally observed that the two core pillars is capability and trust. This framework can easily extend to customers as well. Now, when you go to a customer and there are people who will spend in IPL and a lot of dollars, there are people who won't, but they will still be believed to be capable, and they'll be believed to be capable because they went and built a solution for the customer that was more relevant for the customer. as Harshal said, right, the use cases are very diverse. The needs are very diverse. So if you take a specific customer segment, the needs are very unique. And when you build a solution for that customer segment, and you demonstrate capability that you have the capability to deliver on that solution, you get trusted in back. With that, you of course have to maintain integrity, honor your promise, long term, be transparent, all those things which signal capability and integrity. But that's how trust gets built. In my opinion, it does get built one person at a time, even for a brand. So that's my view here.
Yeah. I think both of them have covered excellent points. So I just have one additional angle to add from one of the things that works, at least especially in the B2B context, is consistency, right? Like, so you have made a promise, and like, for example, when we would start selling Razorpay for the first time, we'll make a promise that, hey, we are the most innovative company, and the guy who's responded, everyone says that, right? And that's what it starts with. Then they see what you do consistently, and how do you demonstrate that behavior consistently. And when they see you demonstrating that behavior consistently, that every time, for example, for us, the example was anything new happens in the ecosystem, are we the first ones to bring it out to the customer? At any point of time, the customer who's using us shouldn't feel that, hey, if I was using that guy, I would have probably got access to this first. And as long as we are able to demonstrate it consistently, the people who are using us and who believed that motto, it gets reinforced, and we establish that trust. People who sat on the fence and said, hey, everyone says that, they also see that consistency, and they also say, hey, this guy said that, and maybe they were right. Razorpay says this, and maybe they're right, so maybe I should give them a shot. And I think consistency becomes an important aspect of establishing trust, because as you said, like, by default, we are a low trust economy, so right? By default, people assume that, hey, everyone says this, you're making fake promises. The way you change that is by constantly demonstrating that what you said is true. And even when things go up, down, wherever they go, you're able to demonstrate. For example, in our industry, regulations change pretty often, right? And we have to constantly, a lot of times we have a roadmap set for next 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, and you have to completely change all of that because regulation change, and we need to spend next 3 months building this. For example, the recurring payment guidelines came, and now we need to support that. So either we could say, hey, we have our roadmap, and we'll not do that. But given that we have made that brand promise that anything new happens in the ecosystem, we'll be the first ones to bring out, we changed our entire roadmap and said, we'll bring this out first because our customers need that. So a lot of times you have to take those hard calls to ensure that whatever you have promised, you're consistently able to deliver that. And if the first time people might not notice it, second time they might not notice it, but as you keep repeating that behavior, the trust gets established.
Really, really great points. Yeah, Raghu, anything to add? Yeah.
Just to add to the phenomenal points made, right? So something that we have seen that works after doing all this is a referral. Somebody whom I trust this, right? That goes a long, long way. So we just don't have to necessarily do it one by one and stuff like that. The referral thing has really worked out phenomenally well for us. Along with that, what is something that we do because of which people lose trust in us, right? And how do we hedge that, right? And in the US economy, the insurance plays a significant role. So your downside is completely covered, right? So in India, we don't really have insurance, so that's also an open space that we need possibly want to work on. But in the US side, right? So every account is a minimum insured by $250,000. All right, that's a lot of money, right? So if your downside is completely covered, then there is people who are on the fence are okay to experiment with something new, because they know that their downside is completely covered, right? So that kind of works.
Yeah, just to, I mean, I think, we're talking trust, customers trust us with 2.5 lakh crores of assets. I mean, that's how much, securities are held at Zerodha accounts. And yeah, so, thanks. And this trust has been built without any marketing or advertising. And I think, if I had to share for entrepreneurs here, I think the 2 core philosophies, which is don't do anything to the customer you don't want done to you, right? And always do what's right for the customer. It just takes time to build it. And, like, Raghu was saying, referrals, etc. In a world which is very well connected today, if you keep doing what's right for the customer, eventually word of mouth kicks in at some point of time. So yeah. So I mean, I think when I think of trust, I think it's important to keep the customer at the center of it.
Absolutely. Trust is compounding is the beauty of it. So thank you. Those are some great thoughts. Nitin, if I can come back to what you were saying, trust to give somebody your money is probably the highest bar, right? And there is a evolving, India itself is evolving in terms of our median age being 28 years. There's Gen Z, millennials, they sometimes think differently, trust differently. So what has been kind of your observation? All the users that are on Zerodha, what type of new solutions or lenses will this audience need?
No, I mean, see, this has taken a long time. So we are a 12-year-old business, I mean, yes, we became large very quickly over the last four or 5 years, but there was 7 years of grunt work that went before that, right? And when we started the business, especially because we are low cost, right? People question the quality of the product as soon as the cost is low, right? As in, will this guy run away, right? I mean, like for example, if tomorrow a new bank came and offered, say, 13% on fixed deposit, I don't think any one of us would actually keep money in that bank, right? Because you'll question, dude, what's the catch? Will that person run away? So this was essentially the problem that we faced for a really, really long time. For the first many years, a customer would not keep more than 50,000 rupees with us, right? And it's just time, grunt work, just consistently, every single action, you need to follow through with whatever you say with action, right? As in, saying I'll do what is right for the customer is one thing, and doing what is right for the customer is a completely different thing, right? As in, so every single action of ours, right from day one, has been that. As in, so yeah. I mean, I don't think there's a short answer to this. It just takes time to build it. The younger generation trusts faster, but they're not as loyal as well, right? As in, the thing about the older generation is, I know that if a person's 40 plus years old, he started trading with us, he's got some assets with us, I almost am 100% sure that he's not moving away from us, right? But the 25-year-old, he's switching. I mean, like, if someone gave a T-shirt, he's probably going to go open an account, somewhere. So, right. So yeah. So I think with the younger generation, your just product has to do the talking. You just, you have to constantly keep improving on the product, keep improving on your offering for that person to be trusting you. I mean, I think more trusting to be in relationship with you of sorts, right? So yeah, it's kind of a different challenge. I don't think we have done very well in the 20 to 25-year-old audience yet, because we haven't taken that out of giving freebies and etc., which is what this audience is expected out of almost every single relationship. But yeah, we're trying to crack our heads saying how do we also do okay in that audiences.
Awesome. Hopefully we keep our promise also. We promised you some insights, so we'll try and be consistent and give you what we promised. Raghu, you deal with a lot of Gen Zs. So what are kind of insights on financial services for this new audience? And then there's an interesting element of cross-border as well. So I love that India is building businesses for the world. Any entrepreneurs thinking of that? Any insights on that front?
Yeah, so interesting. I think I suffer from some legacy because I built Taxi for Sure earlier. So where I thought I was a customer and I was building for something for that. And when we started JOL, cross-border migrants, most of them are the Gen Z thing, right? And I wasn't really, I always thought that I was young few years back only, right? But the more I spend time with our customers, right, I realized that they're in a completely different planet altogether. The first thing is that I think fintech is kind of viewed as a necessary evil because the parents are forcing on to them, right? So they are like, okay, fine, I need to do that because given a choice, nobody wants to really look at it, right? And everything is a black box. So educating them itself is a big challenge, right? And add to that, there are a lot of influences, and not everything that the influencers convey to them is correct, right? So some places you need to teach them, some places you need to ask them to unlearn certain stuff, right? And then start building on that. And as Nitin mentioned, right? So they're completely fickle-minded. So because of which we don't really look at to drive loyalty the way we drive loyalty for the 40 plus and stuff like that, right? So it's completely mostly go along with right? So we gamify a lot of experiences, right? You put gamification on a 40 plus year-old thing, right? So they don't trust the product itself, right? But the younger generation wants to engage with something like that. But over a period of time, right? The real challenge is when people kind of go through that bad phase financially, right? Whether it is access to capital or their credit score being negatively impacted and stuff like that, then the loyalty is phenomenal. All right. So the challenge that we currently face is how do we get them to get there without going through that experience? All right. And that is the challenge that we are currently working on. But once anybody goes through that experience, right, they'll not look back. It's like a mind once expanded by an idea now, it will never get back to its original shape. Once they go through that bad phase, they will never go back. Right. So then you have the customer completely there. But till then, it's a challenge. It's more education, learning, unlearning, and stuff like that. But adopting the channels what they are comfortable with, instead of asking the customer to come to the channels that we are comfortable with, right? We are going to the channels that they are comfortable with, whether it's social media, whether it's influencers, whether it is gamification, right? So those are channels that we are adopting and delivering the content in the way they want it to be delivered. Memes, snippets, and stuff like that, because nobody wants to sit and read text, read blogs, look at the lengthy YouTube videos and stuff like that. They want everything here in now, instant gratification. So that's the challenging bit. But some of the things which are in favor for something like this is none of the Gen Z have been to a bank, right? So they haven't been to the bank, so they don't know how a traditional bank works at all. So everything they want is they want it in their hand, in their palm, right? So those are the things that works in our favor. What we are trying to do and stuff like that. There are challenges. There are certain things that are working in our favor. So we are trying to figure out how do we get that, build that brand, build that trust, build that loyalty with these masses, right? With both the pros and the cons that we have.
Wonderful. Harshal, maybe coming to you on how businesses are evolving. I think with 8 million businesses, you probably have the most macro view on it. What's been changes you've seen in mindset, accepting digitization, trust, and where do you think more opportunities lie on the business finance front?
Yeah, I think the way businesses deal with money has changed quite significantly in the last 4 or 5 years, and it's still not changed as much as consumer financial ecosystem has changed. So, like he spoke about, like the current generation hasn't even walked to a bank, right? And 10 years back, you couldn't conduct your daily activities while going to a bank at least once in a month. In a businesses, when we talk to businesses, that is still not completely changed. So, an average business owner still has to go to the bank at least once a month, or has somebody in his team who goes to bank at least once a month, because the kind of distraction that has happened on the consumer side is still not reached him. What that creates is an opportunity, because the businesses are run by the same people who are using UPI in the personal space, who are using Google, Facebook, all of these apps. So it's not that they don't know how to use digital, they know and they've learned it, but the same distribution that is accessible to them on the personal front hasn't reached to them on the business front. And I'm speaking from financial perspective, but it's true for across all things that a business does. So most of the businesses dealing are still happening through emails, through calls, through meeting people and stuff like that, because the digital platforms around that haven't been built yet. I think that's where the next opportunity is. I see a lot of B2B SaaS companies, B2B companies coming in the financial SaaS space, general SaaS space, and so on. And I get very excited about it, because whenever I speak to business owners, and I have a habit of speaking to at least one business owner a week, and one of the things that I learned in all of that is that they are really waiting for that change to happen. The kind of business profile that we have now and the kind of people running that business that we have now is actively looking for digitization of their segments. And I think that's the next big era that we'll see in the next 5-10 years, where all aspects of a business's ecosystem will get digitized. And I think that will create a lot of opportunity on the kind of ecosystems that get built around it. And compared to consumers, right? You see, businesses are more diversified as an ecosystem. That, like, what is needed in, let's say, the e-retail ecosystem is different than what's needed in the financial ecosystem. What is needed in the construction industry is different than what's needed in the transportation industry. So we'll need, like, it's not a space for one company to win all of it, like it happened in a lot of consumer spaces. I think there'll be a lot of companies formed in each of these spaces, creating custom-made solutions for each business vertical, creating something unique for the retail industry, creating something unique for the transportation industry. I think already there's a lot of work happening there, but we'll see a lot more of that happen in the next couple of years.
Really hope so, and I think a lot of budding entrepreneurs. So interesting ideas, for building in the future. One of the things that sometimes gives pause in building a fintech company is that it is a regulated industry, right? So would love to maybe Nitin and Miten, starting with you all, on any advice on navigating regulation. Nitin, I see the smile on your face. There is
Yeah. So look, yeah, I think Harshil said it well, right? It's quite dynamic, to say the least. But I think there are two ways you can approach it, right? I think one is what I do think that most financial regulators are trying to protect the consumer. I think their general sort of sentiments are in the kind of right place. So one is obviously you want to consult and try to consult and get in front of them as frequently as you can. It's not easy, but there's now a lot of literature being written by all of the regulators. They tend to put out thought papers before they actually regulate, before they kind of do stuff. So let me put it this way: knowing where regulation is likely to go is a very important muscle to build, and not having that is going to cause a lot of pain and disruption and downside. I think the second thing and the simpler thing from a first principle perspective is always try to be on the right side, letter and spirit both. And again, it's easy to say, it sounds like the right thing to say and all of that. But getting that interpretation right is very, very hard. Because you might say, listen, this is my interpretation and seems right, but the regulator or the people who are trying to protect consumers might have a different point of view, and you just have to be ready to live with those types of changes. So, and in my view, this is not going to change anytime soon, because I think all the points we're making that fintech will be taking a meaningful part from 3 to 10 or whatever 5 trillion. Fintech companies are going to impact more and more of our lives, and so the as I say, the surface area of risk is just multiplying. So it's here to stay.
Yeah. Similar thoughts, not too fundamentally different. See, at the first place, whenever you look at a regulator, right, one is consumer protection, and you have to think about the worst case scenario almost. Think about collections. Now everybody collects, but the way some people misused or the lens they went to in collections, right? That's what has led to many things changing. Let's say the digital lending guidelines that came out with RBI, right? So one is consumer protection. The other angle is systematic risk. See, any regulator's first job is to make sure nothing blows up. Right? Crypto blew up across the world, not in India. P2P blew up across the world, not in India. 2008 housing crisis blew up across the world, not in India. Inflation is blowing up across the world. It's still manageable in India, right? So somewhere, I think the regulators have done a fantastic job in managing blow-ups and protecting the consumer. And the regulator is always worried when something grows too fast. As entrepreneurs, we are chasing a product market fit. We are chasing a real need of the customer, and when we find a real need of the customer, we put money in IPL, right? So we press the pedal, and that's when the things start to grow very fast without the checks and balances that are sometimes needed, and that's why a regulator intervenes. So it's a reality. It will happen. It will continuously happen. But that doesn't mean that innovation is being sucked out, because the underlying need of innovation starts from the need of a customer. The fact that we'll go from a $3 trillion economy to a $5 trillion economy, the need of the customer is real. You have to deliver on that need of the customer, so innovation will happen. And by definition, innovation is not present in any regulation today. Right? It's something new. So it will be a continuous solve. It cannot be one-time solve. It cannot be, I'm too afraid of regulation. It's a continuous solve.
That's very, very well put. Thank you.
Yeah, I got one small thing to add here. So when we started before starting Zerodha, the first thing, I went around was asking people from the industry saying, what do you think about the idea of Zerodha? And they said, no, regulators will eat you up, right? And it's been almost exactly opposite of what was told. So, for people starting businesses here, while regulations seem like a roadblock, but once you're on the other side, it actually acts as a moat. All of us are protected by regulations, because if there was no regulation, I think, there'll be a lot more competitors, so So yeah, I mean, just food for thought.
I want to add a slightly controversial thing. Okay, not so popular thing to say, but one of the things that can be better is not being what should I say, adequately thoughtful. Sometimes things get done without necessarily thinking long term enough. It's just like we build roadmaps in our business, right? We think about step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5. I think some of our regulations can be a little bit more thought through and not reactive. And in the US, there's a phenomenal. So I was reading, like, why do some countries have better ability to write laws and why do some don't, right? Because some economies are a little bit more predictable. And it turns out that in the US, in the late 60s, there was a law that was passed by, I forget who the president was, where they said that every piece of law needs to be preceded by a piece of research which talks about the cost-benefit analysis. By passing this, we will create XYZ protection or value. And there's a chance that we will also cause some other sort of downside. So, we hear the word cost-benefit analysis very casually, but this actually is in a piece of law. And so I think as a country, right, as a citizen, not as an operator, as a citizen, and look, we operate in fintech, but there are other segments as well where I think the randomness can be lower.
Absolutely. I think it'll have to be hand in hand if we have to get to that 5 trillion mark. So that's very fair. I want to switch over a little bit to the entrepreneurial journey. I think, we could probably spend another hour just talking about any of your journeys. So I know this is a glimpse. But, I want to understand a little bit if we had to rewind back. And Harshal, we'll start with you and maybe go along. What was that insight? What was, and sometimes as an investor, I ask, why now? Like, what was it about the timing? What convinced you to kind of spend the next decade and more on this problem?
Hard to answer. I don't think I don't think I've ever woke up one day and said, hey, I want to do a startup, right? So it happened as a process, right? So I was completely from a non-finance background, completely no idea of payments, fintech, anything, right? So me and Shashank we were both techies and we used to love writing code, and we would keep writing stuff on the side. For one of those things, we were building a social crowdfunding platform, and we had to accept payments, and we faced incredible amount of challenge in getting that through, because while there are a lot of payment companies at that point of time, most of them were not built for us young startups like with 2 people that's building out of a garage. And the interesting aspect was when we started speaking to most investors, most people in the industry, the view we got was that, why are you getting into this space? It's commoditized. There is enough people, there's 15, 20 companies, they've solved all of it. Like, why are you even trying this? Put your energies into something else. It's complex, it's regulated. You need to get approval from a bank before you can start it. And all of those things sounded scary enough. I think whether it was our ignorance or whatever it was, we felt that, no, we can wait through it. And looking in hindsight, probably I have told myself, don't get into this space. But I think the ignorance part played well to us. I remember, like, when we started building Razorpay, the first thing I did was walk into a bank branch next to my home and say, hey, I want to start a payment gateway. And then the guy looked at me and laughed. And he's like, you're a 24-year-old wearing a t-shirt. What do you know about, like, building a payment gateway? And he was probably right. So that's where the journey started. It took us a lot of time, almost a year, to get through regulations. And that's the interesting aspect, as Nitin spoke, right? It's the pro and con of building in fintech. The one thing that kept motivating us as every hurdle that we faced in regulations and approvals and banking approvals was that while we are facing these hurdles, every guy who comes after us will also have to face the same. So it automatically creates the moat. The more regulations you cross through, the more complexity you wade through, you know that all of that is adding up to your moat, and it will make, and the next guy coming in who's just trying to follow you will have to face that much of a moat. And that's why you see fintech is probably one of the only spaces where one company gets a lot of funding and you don't see 100 companies trying to replicate it, because it's not just as easy. So that's the pro as well as the con of building in fintech. And I think, looking back, I think just not having that much deep view of some of these things allowed us to play that to our strength.
Absolutely. I think sometimes dreaming and not being too practical is an essential ingredient. So totally agree, Harshal. Nitin, would love to hear your journey.
This is the 5th business that I'm building from scratch. I started my journey way back in 08, then built the second company in 2011, attempted a third one in 2017, first half, then the fourth went to 2017, second half, and we only started in 2020. And in the last 7 years, this is my 5th attempt at building credit cards business. 5th. So, I've asked this question myself. I think while financial service is very interesting, I think somewhere I fell in love with credit cards, and I just felt that I can do a significantly better job than anybody out there. So I'm just chasing that that dream somewhere. The second thing over time, as I build these companies, I fell in love with was building these institutions. You'll see that, 25-year, if you go back 25 years and you look at companies in S&P or Nifty, about 80% would have disappeared. So those are not institutions, right? Institutions are Unilever, HUL. Your institutions are P&G, ITC, IIM Ahmedabad, Harvard, McKinsey, Google, probably. Right? These are institutions. How do you create an institution? How do you create a company which, even without the founder, can last 100 years? So that's the second love that I'm chasing. I'll keep chasing till I succeed or I die.
Yeah, so while we started Zerodha in 2010, I've been a trader from the late 90s. So I've lived the life of the customer for 10, 12 years. And so when Zerodha started, the plan was to be a better broker. Active traders needed in this country. So I usually, when people come to me and say, Nitin, what worked well for you in your life, I usually say, I probably sharpened the axe before I went chopping wood. And it wasn't forethought. I mean, Zerodha was never thought of to be what it is today. We thought we're going to be a very niche, small size broker for very active traders. And then things get evolving from there, and we were curious to do more and opportunities, and there were a lot of happenstances, a lot of right place, right times. And that's really how the business grew. But going back, and one advice if people are starting off is try to build some core competencies before you go start building a business, because it's really, really hard. One to build to start a business, and then to be able to actually survive long enough for you to be at the right place, right time.
Absolutely.
Again, all great points. I am not the founder of Cred. I'm one of the leaders of the company. Speaking a little bit for Kunal, I think the core set of insights that Kunal had is that he had built a business of a certain type, and they were called free charge. And then there was a set of things that he learned in that process that gave him a lot of insights, to a large extent, as Nitin, as you said, right, which is, you started with a certain mission to sort of solve something, and you make one attempt and you kind of get somewhere, and then the next time you do it, hopefully you do it better. I think that was the initial sort of thought process I think Kunal had. Independently, I was running a company called Times Internet. I had very similar set of experiences as well. I thought building for scale and trying to reach every user was the thing. And my experience was also after, as I say, sometimes you get to a certain goal and you realize, oh, I'm not happy being here. And then that sort of led to me joining Cred and stuff like that. But I think, in terms of, the best thing is what Nitin said here, which is, I think before you start something, you should be really good at some parts of it, because, building a company is not just about being good at a craft, but there are 99 other things that you have to do, which have probably nothing to do with that craft itself, that you have to get very good at. And you get better with practice. So the more you practice, the more you try. Many of us have all done multiple things and failed, and it all appears as if it's the first thing that worked. And I would say in most cases, it's probably the 6th or 7th or 8th.
Yeah, awesome. Our business is fairly simple. We work on information arbitrage. What we know about the people while they're in India, the banks in the US don't know. Right? It's a simple business, right? And it's not that this problem didn't exist, all right? But most of the people were trying to find the solution in the destination country. But it's just that we found the solution in the source country. So whenever people migrate, it's just, I think the advantage was I didn't study abroad, I didn't work abroad. Because of it, the only perspective that I had was the India perspective, right? So a thing that was obvious for me was not necessarily obvious for quite a lot of people. So it's not necessarily a regulation change or a tech breakthrough and stuff like that. It's only from where we stand. So that's one. But I think I've been in the ecosystem since 2010, right? My first venture, Taxi for Sure, started in 2010. Post my exit, I've been actively investing multiple startups. But the longer I spent in the ecosystem, right? So there was always this fear. Wherein when we started, the engineering cost in India was way low compared to the engineering cost in the US. So it made a lot of sense for us to build. But over a period of time, the engineering cost has caught up with the engineering cost in the US. Right, so there it makes sense because the customers are paying in USD, the costs are in USD. Right, and over a period of time, what has happened is our engineering cost has become in USD, but the customers are paying only INR. Right, it doesn't make any sense. So then how are any consumer companies are going to be profitable? Because the per capita growth, even though it has come across $2,000 and stuff like that, right? It's not really there. US is at around 55K to 65K. Even Indonesia is around 8 to 9K US dollars, right? So the per capita is not really going there. So when I was thinking about that, right? So if the per capita is say $2,000, there were significant number of people who make much more than the per capita. Who are these people? And is there a way to target them? That's where the migration came to the picture. So the people who are at a higher per capita are the ones who are migrating and who are going to get better and better there, right? So then we tip the entire thing. So we have cost in INR, right? The revenues are in US dollars. So then it made a lot of sense. So the perspective and right, the way you look at it and the time that I spent in the ecosystem, right? Everything contributed to get into this space.
That's amazing. I think it's a great inspiring note to end on. Maybe I'll summarize my own learnings, right, from that last sharing of experiences. So Raghu, have a very simple, sharp insight. If you see arbitrage, you can play on it. Miten, your point on practicing and practicing on what you're good at, getting better, but we will inevitably fail. But getting back up is a really great one. Nitin, play on your core competence. So you were the customer yourself. So where are you kind of uniquely placed, and where's your competence? Is a great way to start. Nitin loved the idea of persistence. So we're sure you'll succeed. And I think founders are the most persistent people any of us would have ever met. And Harshal, thank you for dreaming that you could make a payment gateway, even if people told you no. So keep dreaming, and thank you, everyone.
A big thank you to our wonderful panelists for sharing their thoughts. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And I once again request Ms. Parnita Pavan Ram, General Manager Admin, Department of IT/BT, to please come on stage and hand over the tokens of gratitude to our wonderful panelists.
Thank you.
I know you're scared sometimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was our last session for the day, and looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow. And we have a wonderful lineup of sessions tomorrow as well. You all have been a great audience. Thank you all once again, and see you tomorrow. Have a great evening.
ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಯೋ ಸ್ವಾಗತ.